said, but these are the main weak spots that you have to remember when you're on your side. And instead of what I see in my school, sometimes students that are getting to the side and they're sometimes getting lost. But yes, remembering I can strike even straight, I can go hammer fits, depends who is on the side, the rib cage, those knees, the ears, the temples, hair, absolutely. Not in the case of Leo, but all of these can be effective. Thank you.
Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Devo Klein, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all of the biggest headlines from across the region. It's currently 7 a.m. in New York and 2 p.m. here in Israel. Let's jump into all of the latest developments of the last hour. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is in Israel for talks with top Israeli officials ahead of a planned meeting with Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi set to take place in Turkey. Before heading over to negotiate with the regime official, Witkoff will hold talks with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir, and Mossad Chief David Barnea to discuss Israel's red lines when it comes to Iran. According to a report by Channel 12, the three big no's include no nuclear weapons, no ballistic missile program, and no support for regional proxies. Israeli officials also expressed that they believe the regime could be toppled through military strikes. Despite American military assets on high alert in the region and continuous threats from both President Trump and Iran's Ayatollah, the Trump administration says the push for a deal is real and not a cover for military action. Tehran confirmed the sentiment, with Iranian media reporting that President Masoud Pezeshkian has ordered the formal start of negotiations with Washington. Iranian officials say a framework is taking shape, even as they warn that any U.S. strike would trigger an attack on Israel and American targets across the Middle East. Israel's prime minister joined the threat exchange, sending a stark warning to Iran, vowing, quote, unbearable consequences for any attack on Israel, rhetoric we've seen earlier in spats between President Trump and the Ayatollah. All eyes are now on the Witkoff meeting with Abbas Araghchi in Turkey, with Qatar, Turkey, and Egypt mediating the talks to see what the next steps are. Can the two nations agree on just terms, or will the United States resort to military action? And joining me now to discuss these latest developments is Seth Frantzman, adjunct fellow at FDD. Thanks so much for joining, Seth.
Thank you for having me.
So, Seth, let's start from the basics, really. What is the purpose of this Witkoff trip? Is it more to soften the blow for Israel, since it seems as if we're the only ones who want to see a strike on the regime in Iran, and we're likely not going to get it? Or is he here actually to press hard on Iran and just to coordinate with Jerusalem?
Well, I think it's important to remember a bit of the context here, right? I mean, Trump had threatened, the strikes back in early January, basically, if the Iranian, regime continued to crack down. And I think, Iran did continue to crack down on these protests. So the big question is, would the strikes happen? Then the U.S. sent an aircraft carrier strike group to the region. And at the same time, it's worth remembering the head of Mossad reportedly, I think, was in the U.S. in mid-January, and then the IDF chief of staff as well. So Witkoff is coming over to Israel following the meetings in the United States. It's not a one-off. And I think he has worked on this Iran file in the past. It seems that the United States and the Trump administration would like to see if they can get some sort of a win. Trump's natural inclination, I think, generally is against, war. He's usually in favor of using threats and things like that, but to achieve something else. Every once in a while, he'll use things like airstrikes, like he did to support Israel, strikes last year, but only at the last moment in order to get something out of it. So I think that's the big thing. Witkoff's in Israel, he'll coordinate, then he'll go to Turkey. And there's questions about the meeting there, whether or not the countries involved, are actually a bit closer to Iran than the United States, even though Turkey and Qatar, are ostensibly U.S. allies.
That's right. You mentioned these threats coming from all angles, and I do want to ask you what your analysis is of these threats, because now Netanyahu is joining. He's saying, unbearable consequences. Trump said that if they will strike, he won't hold back, and Khamenei said it would be a regional escalation if the United States were to attack. So why are they sending all of these threats to each other like it's nothing, but also trying to negotiate? Do you think it's more psychological? Because clearly it's not working as a deterrent.
Well, I think Iran knows, it can read the reports about itself in foreign media, right? And it knows that everyone's saying, listen, the regime is weak. The regime is the weakest it's ever been. Iran knows what damage it took from the strikes, by Israel and the United States last year. So it knows it has a big problem ahead of it. I think the regime is trying to say, listen, yeah, we've lost things like airstrikes, air defenses or whatever, but we have these proxy groups in Iraq. We have tens of thousands of Iraqi Iranian-backed militias that are saying openly they're going to fight on behalf of Iran. Iran still has teeth and claws, and they say, when an animal's cornered or whatever, that it's the worst time. So I think that's why Iran is trying to say, listen, if you mess with us, there'll be a regional war. What's the regional war? They're hinting at attacks in the Gulf, which, the Gulf countries can't accept Iranian attacks because the Gulf countries, thrive on having, airports that are open and tourism and things like that. They don't have the kind of
Okay.
air defenses Israel has.
And so I want to ask you, in your analysis, are Washington and Jerusalem truly aligned at the end of the day? Because it seems that, first of all, neither want the regime in Iran to have nuclear capabilities and a ballistic missile program, but there seems to be a different kind of evaluation for Israel, because for us, it's the ballistic missile program, which is the immediate threat, and there's also the regional proxies. But it looks like Trump is more interested in tackling the nuclear issue. Do you think that we can find ourselves in a position where the United States is negotiating with Tehran to abolish the nuclear program, but allowing them to remain their ballistic missile program, for example?
Well, I think the strategy of the Trump administration, the kind of so-called, what you might call the Trump doctrine, is a bit different than Israel's doctrine, right? I mean, the Trump administration likes to get wins. It likes to say it solved conflicts. I think Trump has said he solved 7 or 8 conflicts around the world. He likes to see deals. He likes to see things happen. And he wants those things to be decisive, not just, well, we'll do this and then more and more of the same. So if Trump can say, listen, I'm the guy that got rid of the nuclear program, then that's something that he can say. It's a soundbite. And whereas I think for Israel, it's a bit more complicated because, of course, Israel was very concerned about the nuclear program, over the years. But once the nuclear program was apparently a bit weakened, the ballistic missile program is a threat. Yeah, we saw that in Israel, right? 24 people were killed. Thousands of houses were damaged in the ballistic missile attacks. It was just massively destructive. So it's a huge problem. The problem with the missiles is, as everyone learned, I guess, back in the Iraq War during what was called the so-called Great Scud Hunt, it's hard to get rid of all the missiles. You can get rid of 80%, 90%, whatever, but you're always left with some number, and Iran keeps building them. So this is the problem we have in Lebanon with Hezbollah. Israel, ostensibly defeated Hezbollah, right? Back in 2024, I think, in November or so. But every day the IDF has to continue carrying out airstrikes because it's hard to kind of keep the whack-a-mole down. And Trump is against that kind of thing. He doesn't want to do whack-a-mole. He wants to say, I got this and I ended it. And that's, I think, it's not that it's different. It's just that the countries approach it slightly differently.
Mm-hmm. And that also goes back to, reports from earlier in the week, earlier last week, actually, that Trump was talked out of a strike on Iran if it wouldn't completely topple the regime. He's not interested in striking unless it would, comprehensively get rid of the regime. And Seth, I'm going to let you go soon. But just before that, I want to ask you, do you think that a potential U.S. strike is still on the table? Say diplomacy, say negotiations, they don't work. Is a strike still worth it?
I think the strike is always on the table. Let's recall, by the way, how did the 12-day war transpire last June, right? I mean, remember that there were talks about a deal. And actually, if you remember the whole discussion around, everyone was thinking, wait a sec, there's about to be a deal. And people were concerned that the deal was not going to be as much as I think was wanted in terms of, putting a check on the nuclear program or what have you. So, and then suddenly there were strikes. So I think that it's important to remember, there can be talk here, but there can also be things going on here. And I think it's important, therefore, to see that it's plausible there could be a strike. I think the Trump administration and Donald Trump himself has shown again and again, when he's presented with proposals of what to do next, he always asks the key question: what can I do? Will it be decisive? And what impact will it actually have? And that's why, for instance, he thinks out of the box sometimes. He was willing to kill IRGC head Qasem Soleimani and the head of Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq, Abu Mahdi al-Mohandes, because he said, listen, let's do something totally different. And I think that proved effective. So he's willing sometimes to go much further than people think and surprise everyone, as long as he thinks it will happen.
Mm-hmm. Surprising everyone is definitely on the cards, and we'll just have to wait and see what unfolds. Seth Fransman, thank you so much for joining us on the show and giving us your analysis. Thanks. And real quick, before we move on, a quick message from our partners at Haifa University.
Imagine earning your master's degree on top of Mount Carmel, where forest meets sea and where every day brings a new cultural, academic, and personal adventure. This is the multi-experience at U Haifa International. Here, students from around the world live and learn together in Israel's most culturally diverse city, meeting new people, discovering new perspectives, and shaping their own Israel experience.
There's people from different countries, from different religions and different languages. Somehow we are all very similar.
At U Haifa, academics meet real life. You don't just study, you experience Israel up close, explore Haifa's mountain ocean city life, and build global friendships that last a lifetime.
It's not just a degree, it's an experience. It opens your mind, your network, and your world.
U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
And moving on now to Gaza. The Rafah border crossing has now been open for 3 days, but today the traffic at the crossing is bilateral. An Egyptian border officer told AFP that a wave of injured Palestinians have been exiting the strip in ambulances and crossing into Egypt for treatment. All those who have crossed underwent security screenings, and the reopening of Rafah is a key but mostly symbolic step in the Israel-Hamas ceasefire, with only limited daily movements prohibited and still no exception for the transfer of goods. The UN are also facilitating with the transfers and reporting a healthy cooperation. Have a listen.
The limited reopening of the crossing allowed some patients and companions to exit directly into Egypt, while others transited through the Israeli-controlled Karim Abu Salam crossing. The World Health Organization tells us that the last medical evacuation through Rafah dates back to May of 2024.
So the UN are clearly involved in the operations at Rafah, but could this be a bigger problem? This morning, the IDF announced it located around 110 mortar shells hidden inside an UNRWA humanitarian aid bag. I'll say that once again, an UNRWA humanitarian aid bag was located by the IDF troops during an operation to dismantle terror infrastructure near the Yellow Line. You do not have to read between the lines to understand that these mortars and rockets have one destination only, and that is the homes of Israeli civilians. And a shocking development for Israelis, the NCAG, which is the Palestinian Technocratic Committee set up to manage post-war Gaza, has quietly changed its public image, replacing its original logo with one nearly identical to that of the Palestinian Authority. The NCAG has updated its social media today with a new emblem featuring the PA's signature golden eagle, with the only change being the committee's acronym on the shield instead of the word Palestine. The move is seen as a modest attempt to link the committee to the PA, despite Israeli efforts to keep the PA away from post-war Gaza. Israeli officials confirmed today that the new logo was not presented to Israel and will not be used in Gaza's governing body. Despite Prime Minister Netanyahu's opposition to any PA role in post-war Gaza, some representatives are already involved in operations at the Rafah crossing. And joining me now to discuss is our panel of experts. I am pleased to welcome Professor Gerald Steinberg of NGO Monitor and Brigadier General in the Reserves, Relik Shafir, a former Air Force Base commander. Thank you both so much for joining.
You.
So, Gerald, I'd like to start with you and get your 2 cents on this report I have of the mortars being found inside UNRWA bags. They weren't just bags. They were humanitarian aid bags. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. This shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone, but I'd love to get your analysis of this report. Gerald, if you can hear us, we can't quite hear you, and we'd love to get your take on that report.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay. It's
good.
not a surprise if you've been following, and you have for the last 2.5 years, that the UN agencies have been very closely cooperating with or been used and exploited by the Hamas framework, and that's still continuing today. So what we have is I think, 100 mortars and other pieces, other weapons. That highlights the importance, first of all, of disarming Hamas. That's the next phase, right? We've got all the hostages out. We have a ceasefire of sorts. Occasionally, there are efforts by Hamas terrorists to attack Israeli forces, and there's an Israeli response. But Hamas is still very much overarmed or armed. They have not yet disarmed. And that gets back to the question about all these different layers of the Hamas peace plan, of the Trump peace plan, are supposed to do. There's a board of peace. Then there's the institution that you just talked about. There's also an international or interim security force that's supposed to be some sort of actively supervising the disarmament of Hamas. But nobody knows how it's going to work. One of the key aspects of this is the end of the UN agency and humanitarian aid framework, which allows things like burying or hiding massive amounts of weapons in humanitarian aid shipments, not just UNRWA, an organization that should have never been created back in 1949, but should have certainly gone out of existence 10, 20, 50 years ago. Israel has said, we are not going to work with UNRWA, and many of their facilities have been closed off within Israel proper. This is an example of the type of inability or unwillingness of UNRWA, the United Nations agency, like UNICEF, like the what's called the Organization for Humanitarian Assistance, OCHA. All those frameworks are unwilling or unable to prevent their exploitation by Hamas for terrorist activities, weapons, smuggling, all of that. These all have to be addressed. They have to be addressed seriously and permanently, not just temporarily. And I just don't see the mechanism for doing that yet. So that's a reminder of how complicated this is. And yes, Steve Witkoff is talking about these issues. Jared Kushner is involved in this. There's a lot of discussion with the Israeli government. We have the Rafah crossing opening, which was a gesture primarily to the United States. Let's not fool ourselves. Mm-hmm. The issue of the logo and the Palestinian cynicism. We knew from the very beginning that there is no such thing as a technocratic committee among Palestinians. You're either part of Hamas or you're part of one of the Palestinian organizations in the PLO. And that's what with PLO is basically the Palestinian Authority, which is basically the Fatah organization. So all these things come together, and they really have not started to being addressed yet.
Mm-hmm. And, you mentioned the Rafah border crossing, and Relik, I want to turn to you for that. I mean, the border crossing is open. It's been open. Surely this is a direct threat to Israel's security. Rafah has been a notorious hotspot for weapons smuggling. How is Israel monitoring the situation at this point in Rafah?
Well, there is an operative establishment there where Israel sees through video and checks the persons passing on their own, in the sense that taking their pictures and comparing it to databases to see who they are and if they're connected. And I think we could see this by the fact that out of about 30 something, only 20 were allowed in, which means that the rest have been associated with Hamas in one way or another. So there is a way to control this, but I would also add that the decisions on what happens in Gaza are taken in Kiryat Gat by the U.S. administrators there, rather than in the Kiryat in Tel Aviv,
meaning that Israel has been sidelined as far as Gaza is concerned, with a lot of work with the United States, but they're the decision makers, and they will call the shots on what takes place. And concerning the UNRWA smuggling, obviously this is what the scanning is there for, and I guess we'll continue to see this kind of attempts to smuggle, whether they being blunt, such as the mortar shells, or on a softer cue, some chemicals that may help weapon systems being built inside Gaza. So will continue to be a thorny issue on both crossings to make sure that the minimum will pass through without Israeli surveillance being very scrutinizing what goes on.
So what you're saying is that Israeli presence, Israeli screenings would be at these border crossings, but not inside Gaza itself. That's out of the cards for us?
Probably so. As I said before, the U.S., be it Witkoff or Kushner or the commanders present in Kiryat Gat at this time, they're directed by the U.S. policy of what they want to see. That means that dismantling Hamas would be somewhat precarious in the sense that um, the day after, all the Hamas, let's say, policemen will subdue themselves to the committee, which is actually a part of the PLO, and will call themselves the PLO police, but the same people and the same light weapons that are certainly not going to be gone at any time. So that kind of a transition is what I expect to take place. And Israel can file complaints, but not much more than, and put pressure, obviously. But that will go against the ideology that the United States is presenting through the 21 points in its plan.
Mm-hmm. So, Gerald, I actually want to go back to you for this question because this, let's call it the internationalization of the post-war Gaza, Trump's board of peace. It's less Israel's problem now to deal with Gaza the day after and more an international, a global issue that many nations are involved in and working on, primarily the United States. But is it to Israel's benefit or not? I mean, it seems that organizations like UNRWA, who are they belong to the UN. It's also a global organization. It seems that whenever foreign, nations or foreign powers are brought into the Gaza Strip, they just get hijacked by Hamas or whoever, is saying that they're not Hamas, but really they are Hamas. They get a hold of these international organizations. So how do you see, Gerald, this internationalization of the Gaza Strip and trying to rebuild and reconstruct it, and especially to disarm Hamas? How do you see it playing out, and is it to Israel's benefit or disadvantage?
There are a lot of uncertainties. So I can present a couple of scenarios and talk about probabilities. I guess I take a slightly different take than Relic Shafir does on this. There is an international structure, I call it a theater, and you have all these different various levels and boards and lots of people and lots of movement. You have the former United Nations peace envoy, Mladenov, who is, he understands the region. He's one of the few UN officials, he's essentially a European diplomat, who understands the region. But he is working for this framework, and he has to go along with the American setting the framework. The interest, and you talked about that earlier with respect to Iran, the United States and Trump wants to have peace agreements. He doesn't want to see fighting. Trump wants to get the Nobel Peace Prize, or at least see that he deserves it and solves another problem. That also applies to Gaza. But I think there are also certain limitations on that. Israel controls more than half of the land of Gaza, and that's going to stay that way. And that gives Israel a great deal more power than, let's say, between the pullout of 2005 and October 7, 2023. Israel really does have a great deal of control. And Israel does say to the United States, maybe not, they don't say no. The United States says, we want the Rafah crossing open next week. Okay, it's open, but only for foot traffic. And in fact, only 12 people were allowed into Gaza on the first day that it was opening from Egypt. because of the Israeli ability to control the movement. So it's a dance, there's theater in it, and it's going to continue to develop. I think to some degree, we don't really know what goes on in the first of all, in the perceptions of the administration and of Mr. Witkoff and Kushner and others, but they do understand, I think, to some degree, and Israel certainly makes it clear that security interests have to be tantamount. Those are primary. And as long as Hamas is not disarmed, and that's probably never going to happen, or if it does, it's only going to be by Israel, as long as these other institutions don't think that they're somewhere that they're actually not, that they think they've accomplished things. Let's forget about part two, disarming Hamas. If they say that, I think there's going to be a great deal of friction, but I think that also that's an admission of failure. So I treat all these international layers to a significant degree, also the Civil Military Coordination Center in Kiryat Gat, as more theater than substance. I'll add one more thing to this, and that is the short-term, long-term issue. One of the short-term milestones that the U.S. government has established in coordination with Israel is to create housing in that Rafah corner for, I think, 20,000, 22,000 people in Gaza. A whole, basically, a neighborhood built out of the rubble that's on the ground. And that's supposed to be a sort of a symbol and a magnet for the rest of the Palestinian population in Gaza, Palestinian Arab population, 1.5, 1.7 million, some people say 2 million, nobody really knows, to cooperate with the framework, whether it's Israeli, American, international, doesn't make any difference, and then they too will benefit from this new housing. I'm skeptical that's going to succeed. We've seen the history of failure after failure, the ideology, the religion of the political religion of destroying Israel, particularly under Hamas, but throughout the Palestinian society, is still the dominant factor. And if the incitement and the teaching of Palestinian children and the generation after generation of hate and incitement and terror doesn't end, all these technical processes were not going to make a difference. And I'm not sure, I question whether the American leadership understands that. And certainly the Europeans, if they understand it, they ignore it completely.
They probably don't understand it, which is why it's so, like you mentioned with Mandanov, it's very rare to find, diplomats and politicians who actually understand the Middle East. But thankfully, I have my panel of experts here who do. So, Relic, I do want to mention this album change of the NCAG, which is the Technocratic Committee. It looks a lot like the Palestinian Authority. People involved in the committee, Israel already knows their backgrounds. They've been checked. And there's just this great fear that the PA will somehow find a way to insert themselves into Gaza. I mean, just look at these logos on your screen. It's identical. And there's this great fear in Israel because we've drawn a red line and we said that the PA will simply not be involved or have any influence. So, Relic, what are Israel's options at this point to curb this phenomenon that has unfortunately, already begun? How do we combat this indoctrination adequately?
Well, your whole presentation is it depends on what do you call Israeli interest, because a lot of Israelis, like myself, have an interest in a Palestinian sub-state, and that is to allow the Palestinians to govern themselves without military power and rebuild the Palestinian entity or unity in a way, such as helping them improve their life in the West Bank and in Gaza. So, in a way, for people like myself who think it's a blessing if the PA will take control of Gaza and be able to overcome Hamas one way or another through a lot of aid, type of a Marshall Plan that we're seeing being prepared for Gaza. Remember, there are 2 million Israeli Palestinians, Arabs, living within Israel who were blended into Israeli society quite successfully, if you take into account the fact that they are leveraged against by I would say, the Israeli administration. They're still part and parcel of the fabric of Israeli society. So the more we have this kind of a relationship, the more the chances, because neither the 2 million people in Gaza or the 2 point something million in the West Bank are going to go away. So the more we find ways to get them a better life with Israeli security control, the less they will have I would say, not just the potential, but the will to fight Israel. So it really depends on us. But unfortunately, the Europeans and the US as well are seeing the ineptness of our forces to control the Jewish terrorism in the West Bank. So
Right.
this is all part
That's
of.
unfortunately a completely separate issue, which is
It's
there are
not a
many
separate
connections
issue
with Gaza and the
because what
West Bank,
happened is what
but
I think the U.S.
yes, but Relic, I'm so
administration.
sorry. We do have to wrap up because we are out of time for this broadcast. It's going to cut us off
Fine.
in just 10 seconds. And I do want to take the time just to thank you both, Professor Gerald Steinberg and Relic Shafir, for giving your insights and analysis. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
And thank you to our viewers for watching us on ILTV.
Welcome back to Axis of Truth on JNS. I'm Emily Schrader, and as you can see, I'm not in studio this week. I'm in Mexico City. Very shortly, I'll be bringing you an exclusive interview with the Israeli ambassador to Mexico to speak about her experience being targeted directly with an assassination plot by the Islamic Republic of Iran. But before we get to that interview, I want to discuss just a few things, the big stories that happened this week that I couldn't wait a whole week to speak with you about. First things first, we have an update about the reality on the ground inside of Iran, because what the regime is reporting to the world doesn't match at all what doctors and witnesses, even that I have spoken to on the ground, have been reporting about what's happening. Now, we know that right now President Trump has said executions that are set to begin inside of Iran were actually stopped. He reported that 800 executions had been canceled. Now, the problem is that the regime itself is openly contradicting that claim by President Trump. We've seen judiciary officials and regime officials, regime-aligned media even publicly denying that any executions were stopped. And in addition to that, we know that there have been numerous executions almost every single day in the past week. Beyond that, there have also been countless extrajudicial killings, which are ongoing, and more on that later. They've also pledged that they will be executing what they call enemies of the state, which, as we know, refers to any protesters. On the ground, doctors inside of Iran are describing something that's very different than what the regime is trying to put forward as the reality of what happened during these protests. There's one physician who told the international media that hospitals are not only overwhelmed with protesters who have been shot and killed at close range with live ammunition, but that we're also seeing a phenomena of gunshot wounds to the chest, to the neck, and to the head in particular, meaning that these regime forces were targeting civilians. Medical staff also say that security forces in many cases have entered the hospitals to arrest injured protesters, and in some cases they have actually executed them. They've also tear-gassed hospitals, and they have taken over hospitals completely, apparently, according to sources on the ground, all of the public hospitals as well as some of the private hospitals. Doctors are reporting being monitored, being threatened, being forced not to treat injured protesters, and of course, not to speak to media. Now, what we know so far is that according to multiple independent reports, more than 36,500 protesters have been killed in this wave of protests. We also see that medical workers are saying the number, as well as all the sources that I've spoken to in the past few weeks, say the numbers are significantly higher than even that 30,000 count, because the regime is doing so much to hide their crimes. It's part of the reason that there's been no internet connectivity, with the exception of those who have special access because they're inside the regime, for over 20 days. Now, while Trump is being told that executions have stopped, regime officials are literally doing the exact opposite, or saying the exact opposite publicly. In recent weeks, senior figures and state-aligned outlets have renewed threats tied to U.S. support for Iranian protesters and Israel, including explicit warnings about any kind of retaliation against American assets and interests in the Middle East. We've also even seen in the past week regime officials threatening President Trump himself. Now, the executions of these protesters is happening after the protests end, which is one of the more alarming things about the phenomenon we're seeing now. And one of those people targeted was Hamid Hamidian. This is someone that I knew personally. Hamid's final post on X was a direct appeal to the U.S. President Trump to act in support of the Iranian people. Now, 2 days later, after this tweet, he was shot and killed in a protest. These are not random acts that are happening. The people, the public, the civilians who are protesting are being identified and eliminated quietly once the cameras are gone, which is part of the reason that the regime has been so determined to shut off the internet during this cause. Which brings me to the next story I want to talk about today. While Iranians are being killed on the ground, the Islamic Republic is running a coordinated influence operation that is abroad, that is designed to control how the world understands what's happening inside of Iran. They're trying to control the narrative, which is part of the reason that the internet has been off for almost 3 weeks. Now, the only people who have access to internet now, by and large, unless they figured out a workaround, are people who have what's called white SIMs. The regime has granted a specific filtered internet to people who are inside the regime, which of course is presenting a skewed perspective and reality of what's actually happening on the ground inside Iran. Now, a company called Golden Owl did a research project to investigate some of these influence operations, and here is an update about what they found just this past week. Now, Golden Owl's investigation makes one thing clear right from the very start. This isn't an organic online debate happening. It's a structured, state-aligned information, or really disinformation operation that's operating at scale. It's primarily running on X, or at least that's what Golden Owl investigate, and it's aimed overwhelmingly at Western audiences rather than Iranians who are inside of the country. Now, Golden Owl analyzed thousands of accounts on X and identified a 2-tier network. At its core were several hundred originator accounts. These were responsible for repeating or creating, the narratives that the Islamic Republic wants to promote. And then surrounding them, there were thousands of amplifier accounts that would rapidly retweet or repost, like, comment, and push that same narrative, that same content into the coordinated waves of this disinformation campaign. Now, posting patterns were synchronized, repetitive, and even timed around key events, including, of course, protest escalations, reports of executions, international condemnation that the regime may have been facing at various points, as well as the discussion about sanctions. Now, one of the most damning findings that Golden Owl found in this whole scenario is that issue of timing. So they documented that this network remained highly active even during internet shutdowns inside of Iran. So while ordinary Iranians couldn't post or live stream or communicate in any way whatsoever with the outside world, these accounts were still able to operate at full capacity. Now, this strongly suggests that the operation was either being run from outside of Iran or they had privileged access that wasn't available to ordinary citizens. Now, Golden Owl categorized the content that was being pushed by this network into clear categories, into clear buckets. So I'm going to take you through each one just so you understand what you're seeing when you see these kinds of claims being made in the media. First, there's the pro-regime and pro-IRGC propaganda. This is content that's praising the Islamic Republic leadership, that's glorifying the IRGC, while the protester deaths are denied or minimized or, in some cases, dismissed outright. The second category of content that we see is the delegitimization of the uprising itself. Protesters are being framed as violent or foreign-backed, chaotic, or somehow manipulated, with the goal of making the entire movement appear morally ambiguous and, politically dangerous. Now, the third category that we see are targeted attacks on opposition figures, particularly the supporters of Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. We've seen countless smears and conspiracy theories and ridicule against both him and his supporters that have been used really for years, but in particular in the last few weeks to weaken the most unified Iranian opposition that we have seen in many years. And this is an attempt to divide the opposition that finally is standing united. Now, the fourth category is that opposition fragmentation specifically. We saw that accounts were amplifying separatist rhetoric, meaning people who were advocating for the division of Iran based on certain ethnic groups, or fringe ideological disputes and identity-based divisions. Now, the researchers who conducted this at Golden Owl were clear that this content was not meant to empower minorities or something like that, rather to fracture opposition unity and strengthen the Islamic Republic of Iran. And this is actually consistent with what we've seen from them for the past 47 years. The fifth category is anti-Western and even anti-Semitic messaging. This was a plethora of content that blamed Israel, Jews, and in some cases the United States for the unrest inside of Iran, deflecting attention away from the regime's violence at home. These are people who were tweeting at accounts like mine, saying awful, heinous things, sending death threats, all kind of hate speech like this. And then we have the sixth category, which is Western narrative targeting. Now, many of the accounts openly declared that their locations were in the US, UK, Germany, and Canada, even if they were on VPN, according to what those accounts say, which would confirm, again, that the primary audience of this influence operation were journalists or policymakers or activists of some kind, basically the Western public, not the Iranian public. And that's important to understand because you're not getting the true story when you're getting it from the Islamic regime. Now, the Golden Owl also identified several behavioral markers that were consistent with coordinated or semi-automated control, including unnatural posting frequency, recycled phrasing that appeared in thousands of tweets, as well as synchronized surges of content across time zones. Basically, what Golden Owl exposed is narrative warfare. There's physical repression at home against the Iranian people, paired with information cleanup that's happening abroad. So their goal is to kill the protester inside of Iran and then flood your timeline with false information about what's happening, all empowered by a complete internet shutdown in Tehran, and then dominating the conversation in London or Paris or Washington with their propagandists, including people like Trita Parsi, who are part of Nayak. Now, once again, this narrative laundering is happening in real time. This mass repression that we're seeing in Iran is being reframed by them as stability, and state violence is becoming law enforcement. Which brings me to my next story I want to talk about very briefly, but important to mention, the media on Iran. This has been an ongoing failure, very similar to what we see when it comes to Israel and their reporting, but one of the loudest criticisms right now is directed at the BBC, and deservedly so. Across social media and commentary, we've seen people asking why the massive protests in the case of London reported 100,000 people, as well as the mass killings inside of Iran and the prolonged internet shutdowns in Iran, are barely registering on the BBC's coverage. Viewers have shared screenshots from the front pages of BBC and broadcasts showing Iran completely absent, or I guess in some cases minimized, but on the BBC there was nothing, while other global stories receive wall-to-wall attention, including, by the way, anything that happens in Gaza. Now, critics argue that difficulty accessing Iran is not really an excuse, and I would confirm that as a journalist, because outlets routinely use open source footage. Not only that, they could use footage from before. They don't need the actual footage to report what's happening in the news, which is what their job is. They can report witness testimonies, they can speak to other diaspora activists who are in touch with their families. And the concern that's being raised repeatedly is that caution has crossed into de facto self-censorship that ultimately is aiding the Islamic Republic of Iran itself. And then there's the issue of VOA Farsi, which is funded by US taxpayers and something really important for the American public to understand. It's meant to provide uncensored information to Iranians. It's a critical tool for oppressive regimes that have limited access to information, like in Cuba or in Iran. But the journalists who have been working there, as well as others who have relations with them, have complained recently about the censorship of support for Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who has been, in a way, systematically erased from any coverage since the new takeover. Now, chance interviews and statements that reflect the real popular support for the crown prince inside Iran are being actively downplayed or, in some cases, omitted by VOA Farsi. The head of VOA Farsi, Ali Javanmardi, has been widely criticized for his own separatist views, his own political views on Iranian political issues, and other Iranian journalists and diaspora media figures are speaking up. They're outraged that Kerry Lake put this person into such a position and for allowing him to let his personal political views shape editorial decisions. Now, this concern has been raised with thousands of social media posts, just that I've seen alone. Yet instead of addressing those concerns, the leadership has closed ranks. Kerry Lake, whether it's out of ignorance or malice, has defended Ali, despite growing backlash that VOA Farsi is no longer reflecting the voice of the Iranian people. In fact, it's censoring it. They've also recently decided to start removing all sound from any of the footage that's coming from the protests inside of Iran, simply in order to avoid the accusation that they are censoring support for Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. No one's buying that. It's not working. Kerry Lake, do your job. And now let's talk about something that has been infuriating Iranians for many, many years. The regime officials living in luxury abroad, along with their families, of course. Now, in previous episodes, I reported about Ali Ansari, but this week we learned just how extensive his network really is. An investigation in the Financial Times this week revealed that Ansari, who is an Iranian banker sanctioned by the UK for alleged ties to the IRGC, has built a European property empire worth around 400 million euros. Now, British authorities had already frozen his UK assets, including a London property portfolio that's valued at more than £150. You can check out that episode where I broke down exactly how he did that. But the new investigation from the Financial Times uncovered far more. His European assets include a luxury golf resort in Mallorca, a ski hotel in Austria, several high-end hotels in Frankfurt, and a major shopping center in Germany. All, of course, hidden behind offshore shell companies in jurisdictions like St. Kitts and Nevis or Luxembourg. Now, in cases like this, we may not know exactly where every single dollar comes from, but we do know that the regime uses their elites to create complex financial structures and offshore entities, and they use their family members to move money out of Iran to shield assets and to maintain access to Western financial systems in order to evade sanctions. We recently saw this dynamic on full display with the lavish wedding of Ali Shamkhani's daughter in the United States. Well, now attention has returned to the Larijani family, one of the most powerful dynasties within the Islamic Republic's system. In the United States, there's Fatima Larijani, who until last week was employed at Emory University. She was fired following public exposure and backlash, which was the right step, but it shouldn't end there. This is someone who never should have been admitted into the United States in the first place. Deportation needs to happen. But let's look over at the UK. In the UK, there's Hadi Larijani, who lives openly and works as a professor of philosophy at one of the universities there in Scotland, holding academic positions while his family has been deeply embedded in Iran's judiciary and political power structure. Beyond that, another relative of Larijani is listed as an officer of the company Pill Sorted, holding British nationality. Why do the children of regime officials have British, or in some cases Canadian, or in some cases American citizenship? Now, it's true, we don't know the full origin of every dollar that flows through these companies, but we do know how the regime works, and we know that regime elites rely on those family members. They rely on foreign residency, on foreign citizenship, as well as those Western legal systems to protect the wealth that they extracted, and when I say extracted, I mean stole, from Iran, while ordinary Iranians continue to pay the price. That's why calls are continuing to grow to investigate these networks, to freeze assets where appropriate, to expel the ambassadors and the diplomats of the Islamic Republic, to revoke visas that are tied to sanctioned or corrupt regimes, and to hold this regime accountable. This isn't ordinary migration or immigration that we're talking about. We're talking about the intentional laundering of regime power into Western systems. And last but not least, we have our final story of the day. After 843 days, the last hostage, Ron Gvili, has been brought home. With his return for the first time in 12 years, there are no Israeli hostages left in Gaza. And wow, I have waited a long time to say that sentence. Ron was a soldier. He was the first one in to save people. He was the last one out. He was killed on the 7th, and his body was held for years as a bargaining chip by terrorists, sponsored by the Islamic Republic. His family waited painfully for nearly 2.5 years to bring him home for a proper burial. Now, Ron's return was delayed because Hamas claimed that they didn't know the whereabouts of his body. This is something that Israel completely rejected, and it turns out they were right. Terrorist organizations will always negotiate in bad faith and weaponize the good faith of those who have to negotiate with them against them. Well, that's it for Axis of Truth this week. I'll be back next week with more updates, more interviews, and more stories from the Middle East.
We are here with the one and only Erin Molan. Thank you so much for being here.
Libby, it is so amazing to be here with you and back on ILTV. I'm so excited. This conference is insane.
What are you doing here?
So I came to host the first night, which was amazing. Got to interview Steve Witkoff up on stage, which was phenomenal.
How was it?
Came to support. It was great. Look, a lot of it was focused on Iran for obvious reasons, and I think what people need to remember is he's not going to be able to tell me anything that is considered intel, anything that could give away what they're planning on doing. So it was really interesting, but we didn't get a lot of answers. But I kind of like that because President Donald Trump works in that way, in that before the 12-day war started, President Trump said, I'll give the Iranian regime 2 weeks. 2 days later, Israel went in. So I think people need to have faith and stay strong in that aspect. The other thing we talked about, of course, was the hostages, and he was phenomenal. I could see tears in his eyes. He feels this very deeply. He spoke about President Donald Trump crying in the White House when the hostages were returned and saying to Steve Witkoff, this is the greatest day I've ever had in the White House, which should give comfort to Israelis and Jews everywhere that Donald Trump values this relationship. It's been phenomenal. The energy is incredible. People are crazy. There's like a singles event here as well. I was looking at that online. I did not go.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Did you go?
To where?
To the singles event.
No.
You're here working. Very professional.
Wait, what do you think will happen in Iran?
Great question. Look, I am not a fan of doing any kind of deal. I don't think you can do deals with a terrorist regime. And diplomacy is a wonderful thing when it's not a terrorist regime that takes joy in killing its people and the rest of the world. I say no deals. I say no negotiations. I want the US to go in and destroy this regime. I think the people have shown how courageous and brave they are. They're fighting for their lives. And I think for people in America who say America first, destroying this regime is America first. They have the blood of Americans on their hands. They had a bounty out on President Trump. Whether or not they will, I don't know. I look at military infrastructure that's moving towards the region from the US. I know there's a lot of rhetoric saying things have calmed down, and Steve Witkoff said on stage last night that diplomacy is the answer and the key. But these terrorists don't understand diplomacy.
Yeah.
They don't speak the language of diplomacy. So I think nobody wins if they stay in power, and there have been thousands upon thousands of lives that have been lost over the last 2 weeks. We cannot let that be in vain.
Do you think the regime will fall? I think we have a great opportunity. It's now or never.
It's now or never. It's now or never. And I thought during the 12-day war, I thought that was an opportunity. This is the next opportunity. It has never been weaker. All they care about is destroying everyone and anything that doesn't believe what they do. It is a danger to us all. The world benefits immensely if it falls. I worry now that people have lost faith in what the outside world might be able to do to help them. They've shown us what they're capable of. They've shown us they're willing to die for this cause. We can't let them down. We cannot let them down.
I agree. I want to take you 2 years back to October 7. How do you sum up all these 2 years that you stood with the Jewish people, you stood with Israel? How do you sum up these 2 years, incredible years?
It's a great question, and you know what? They are, despite...
For you, I'm saying.
Well, I mean, I look at what occurred, and an absolute tragedy, absolutely. And there's a lot of focus when it comes to my story on the price that I've paid to speak up and to stand alongside Israel, which is the most obvious thing in the world to me, to fight terror and stand alongside a democratic nation who only wants peace.
Yeah.
And that's true. They only want peace. But I have gained so much. I have gained so much. And I think it's a nice reminder to everyone out there. In the short term, yes, you may pay a price, but to go to bed every night, shut your eyes and know that you're on the right side of history, to know that you stood for what mattered in a world that is constantly encouraging you to do the opposite, has been incredibly special for me. I've been introduced to this entire new world. I travel the world and I fight for what I believe in, and I fight for a future for my daughter. And yes, there are absolutely hard parts to it. Every day there are challenges, but there are challenges everywhere. Choose your hard. Yeah. I choose this hard because it might actually make the world a safer place rather than the other hard.
We see right now we see a rise in anti-Semitism also in Australia. We see what happened in Bondi Beach. What do you think about what happened?
It was horrific, but it certainly wasn't a surprise. I think anyone who's actually, absolutely, if you paid attention over the past 2 years in Australia, and you look at what happened at the Opera House straight after October 7, 2 days later, before an IDF boot had hit the ground, we had people chanting, "Gas the Jews, F the Jews, where are the Jews?" Whatever it was a hunt, and it was a celebration of a massacre. And we allowed that to occur in front of one of our beautiful icons. Nobody paid a price for what is hate speech. That is illegal in Australia. That is threatening. I then look at the Opera, the Harbour Bridge, and I look at people marching, holding up posters of Khamenei, a terrorist leader, waving ISIS flags. I mean, nothing happened. People praised it.
Where is the Prime Minister?
Well, where is he? I tell you what, he's there recognizing a Palestinian state. He's there recognizing a Palestinian state. That's where he is. And sorry, that rewarded October 7.
Right.
That is not the way to go about it. Every decision the government has made has been appalling, in my opinion, in this space. And they have demonized and they've legitimized hate against the Jewish community in Australia. And they can say all they want now, or we did this or we did that. No, you did not do enough to protect your own people and people that contributed to Australia in the most incredible way. So when 2 Islamic extremists opened fire on a bridge at Bondi Beach and killed Jews like animals, and not just Jews, and this is the point I make to people in the West, you might think, oh, but I'm not Jewish, so I'm okay. That's not how they work. They don't check. They might go and target a Jewish event, but they don't check to see specifically, are you Jewish? They want to kill and destroy everything and anyone. And I don't think anyone who's been paying attention was surprised that occurred. They were shocked. It was shocking. It was not surprising.
Do you think the Jewish community right now in Australia is afraid?
Absolutely. They've been afraid for 2 years. Afraid, but you look, synagogue firebombed in Melbourne. I mean, houses set alight, cars blown up, graffiti outside Jewish kids' schools. The most horrific things said. Jews have not felt safe in Australia since October 7, and that is a failing on us as a country.
2 last question. What's your next goal?
My next goal, great question. My next goal, it's to continue to grow and to continue to build an audience, not because that's something that we always want, but because I think what I say matters. And that might sound arrogant, but I have to believe in what I say, and I have to believe in the importance of what I say, or what's the point? So I believe the more people who listen to me, the more people who watch me, the better the world will be. And yes, you can all attack me now and disagree.
No.
I don't care. I believe
Erin,
absolutely.
We love you too much for that.
I believe absolutely in that. And I also think, you know what? Peace. I've this year it's so crazy. I've never had as many death threats. I've never been in as many situations that have been threatening. Yet I've never felt as much peace inside. And that, to me, I want to continue to do that. I want to continue to focus on what matters. And I'm a mum. First and foremost, I am a mum, and I get to now lead this blessed existence where I've never worked harder, but I control the hours that I do, and I do it from home, and I walk her to school every morning, and I pick her up every afternoon. And she doesn't quite understand what her mummy does yet, but I think she knows it's something a little bit special, and I want to continue to just be the best mum that I can be.
She's our future.
She is fire, and she will absolutely either run the world or commit a heinous crime. I haven't decided yet. I hope she'll run the world.
What message would you like to send to the Jewish people around the world now?
What another great question. I would say be so proud of who you are, despite so many in the world trying to shame you and trying to rewrite your story and trying to control the narrative. What they don't have is the truth. And there's no different versions of the truth. There's not your truth or my truth or their truth. There is the truth. And Israel is not perfect. The Jewish community is not perfect. But my God, in my eyes, they're fairly close to it in regards to, at their core, who they are. And I would say be immensely proud of that and continue to encourage your children to be immensely proud of that, because that is how you survive, that is how you grow, that is how you flourish. You instill pride in your children. And I think that is my message, because that's where it starts, at home.
Erin, thank you so much for this interview. You're the best. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Aussie. I love you, Libby. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Deborah Klein, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all of the biggest headlines from across the region. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is in Israel as he visits the Middle East and continues to Turkey from Israel to meet with Iran's foreign minister. Witkoff will today meet with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, IDF Chief Eyal Zamir, and Mossad Chief David Barnea. A new report by Channel 12 says Israeli officials will elaborate on Israel's red lines when it comes to negotiating with Iran. The three clear no's include no nuclear weapons, no ballistic missile program, and no support for regional proxies. Israeli officials also believe that the Iranian regime could be brought down through military strikes. Amid an intensified effort to push ahead with diplomacy, Netanyahu issues a sharp warning to Iran, vowing unbearable consequences for any attack on Israel, rhetoric seen earlier in spats between President Trump and Iran's Ayatollah. All eyes are now on the Witkoff meeting with Abbas Araghchi, with Turkey, Qatar, and Egypt mediating to see what the next steps are. Can the two nations agree on just terms, or will the United States resort to military action? And the Rafah border crossing has now been open for 3 days, but today the traffic at the crossing is bilateral. An Egyptian border officer told AFP that a wave of injured Palestinians have been exiting the strip in ambulances and crossing into Egypt for treatment. All those who have crossed underwent security screenings. The reopening of Rafah is a key but mostly symbolic step in the Israel-Hamas ceasefire, with only limited daily movements prohibited and still no exception for the transfer of goods. The UN are facilitating the transfer and reporting a healthy cooperation. Have a listen.
The limited reopening of the crossing allowed some patients and companions to exit directly into Egypt, while others transited through the Israeli-controlled Karim Abu Salam crossing. The World Health Organization tells us that the last medical evacuation through Rafah dates back to May of 2024.
And a shocking development for Israelis. The NCAG, that's the Palestinian Technocratic Committee set up to manage post-war Gaza, has quietly changed its public image, replacing its original logo with one nearly identical to that of the Palestinian Authority. The NCAG has updated its social media today with a new emblem featuring the PA's signature golden eagle with only the word Palestine changed on the emblem. The move is seen as a modest attempt to link the committee to the PA, despite Israeli efforts to keep the PA away from post-war Gaza. Despite Prime Minister Netanyahu's opposition to any PA role, some representatives are already involved in operations at the Rafah crossing. And late last night, the IDF said it struck and eliminated a Hezbollah terrorist in southwestern Lebanon, citing consistent violations of the ceasefire agreement as the reason. The IDF also struck multiple Hezbollah weapons storage facilities in southern Lebanon, warning that one was located in a civilian area, highlighting the group's use of Lebanese civilians as human shields. An additional strike Monday again targeted a terrorist working to restore Hezbollah's military capabilities. January saw a sharp rise in Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon, with 87 attacks, the highest since the ceasefire, targeting Hezbollah infrastructure, particularly north of the Litani River. In total, 21 terrorists were killed last month. The ceasefire agreement requires Hezbollah to disarm, but Israel says Lebanon's efforts remain far from sufficient. As the Iran-aided group continues to rearm, the IDF stresses that full Hezbollah disarmament is critical for Israel's security. And just quickly, before I head out for now, we have some exciting news. You can now get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel. Just scan the QR code on your screen to join for all of the latest developments coming out of Israel and the broader region. We have Witkoff in Israel, we have talks coming up with the Iranian officials, and you don't want to miss any of these updates. So scan that QR code, get access to our WhatsApp channel, and enjoy all of the developments straight from ILTV News. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel and the heart of the Middle East. I'm Divo Klein. I want to thank you so much for joining us on ILTV on the Hour, for getting the news for today, and I hope to see you again very soon in our very next update.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Ladar Gravelazi, and coming up in today's newscast. Despite Iranian threats, U.S. President Donald Trump says a deal with the Ayatollahs is still possible. The Rafah crossing officially opens for civilians. Does it pose a new security risk? And Israeli basketball player Dani Avdia makes history in the NBA. With U.S. attack options on the table and with its military assets in place, Washington may be heading towards talks with Iran and not war, at least for the moment. U.S. President Trump took note of Iran's threat of regional war, but said a deal was still an option for now. Meanwhile, U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is expected to arrive in Israel tomorrow for meetings on Iran with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir. ILTV's Steve Leibovitz reports.
The United States and Iran have quietly informed each other that they are ready to enter negotiations aimed at diffusing the escalating crisis. Israeli media reports, quote, unnamed senior American officials saying President Donald Trump's public calls for a deal are genuine and not a deception ahead of a military strike. Mediators in Turkey, Egypt, and Qatar are now working to organize a meeting this week in Ankara between White House envoy Steve Witkoff and Iranian officials. The diplomatic push comes as Iran's supreme leader warns a U.S. attack would spark a regional war. Trump, responding overnight, said he still hopes for a deal, but added if talks fail, we'll find out what comes next.
Sir, on Iran, the Supreme Leader today said that U.S. attack could spark a regional war. Do you have any response to that?
Why wouldn't he say that? Of course you could say that, but we have the biggest, most powerful ships in the world over there, very close, a couple of days, and hopefully we'll make a deal. If we don't make a deal, then we'll find out whether or not he was right.
Influential Republican U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham spoke out against a deal between the U.S. and Iran, arguing that true peace in the Middle East would only be possible once the Iranian regime falls.
The biggest thing you could possibly ever do to the Mideast is take this regime down, and they're as weak as they've ever been since 1979. Mr. President, you can do it. I hope you will do it, and if you do it, This is Reagan Bless.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Netanyahu met overnight with IDF Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, just hours after Zamir returned from high-level talks on Iran in Washington with U.S. defense and security officials. Defense Minister Israel Katz and Mossad Chief David Barnea also took part in the meeting. Hebrew media reports say the assessment emerging from the discussions is that the United States is now closer to a possible strike on Iran than it was just a week ago, though the scope and timing remain unclear. As diplomatic and military signals continue, the U.S. Navy confirmed that the American guided missile destroyer USS Delbert D. Black, which docked in Eilat on Friday, has now departed following a scheduled port visit. The U.S. Central Command said the visit underscored the strong U.S.-Israel maritime partnership and ongoing security cooperation in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aqaba. Despite talk of negotiations, concern about a sudden escalation remains high in Israel. Former IDF intelligence chief Amos Yadlin warned that Iran may act in ways that defy Western logic, urging the IDF to be prepared for surprise scenarios.
And moving on, the Rafah border crossing between Gaza and Egypt has officially reopened today for the first time since the Gaza war. The crossing had been closed for around 2 years. With us here to discuss this is ILTV's India Naftali. India, thank you so much for joining us today. What can you tell us about the opening?
Thank you, Lidar. Well, this is the first opening of the Rafah crossing in nearly 2 years, since May of 2024. Now, this is the only crossing between Gaza and Egypt. Now, the problem with Israel is that this crossing has been a known smuggling route for Hamas for weapons and operatives. So this is a huge security risk Israel is going to take. But so far, this crossing will only be pedestrian only. No goods or aid will be flowing through this. There will be goods and aids flowing through other crossings. But in the Rafah crossing, it will solely be pedestrians. Now, what kind of pedestrians? Well, at this moment, it's going to be 50 medical patients a day who will be escorted by 2 people. This number could increase if the framework ends up working out in the coming days. But it looks like yesterday they ran tests and they were successful, and now they're beginning the openings right now.
And who's involved with the operation and with overseeing the security?
Absolutely. So Israel, Egypt, Palestinian security officers, and the European Union Border Assistance Mission. They will all be involved in this. But the bottom line is that Israel will maintain full security oversight. I will say that all the travelers that are coming through are approved by Egypt. Those names will be forwarded to Israel for the Shin Bet approval. And from there, they will pass through Israel's security through the IDF.
So tight security for now, understandably. India Naftali, thank you so much for joining us and for the update.
Thank you, Lidar.
And moving on, IDF says a terror operative was killed today after crossing the Gaza ceasefire line in the south and posing an immediate threat to Israeli troops. According to the military, several operatives crossed the so-called yellow line and approached soldiers from the 7th Armored Brigade in a suspicious and threatening manner. The IDF says troops identified the danger and opened fire to remove the threat, killing one of the operatives. Palestinian media reported that a man was killed earlier today in a drone strike near the Shakush area northwest of Rafah on the Israeli-controlled side of the ceasefire line. And amid the recent violence in Gaza, the senior envoy for the Board of Peace is criticizing Israeli airstrikes in Gaza of recent days. Nikolai Mladenov, the board's highest representative, said he is deeply concerned by events since Friday, including Hamas operatives emerging from a tunnel in Rafah and Israeli strikes that he said tragically also killed civilians. Mladenov warned the developments risk undermining hard-won progress under the UN-backed mandate for the Board of Peace and President Trump's plan to end the war. Mladenov called on all sides to show restraint and uphold the ceasefire as a new Palestinian administration prepares to take over governance from Hamas. And for over 2 years, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been demanding that neither Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority be in charge of post-war Gaza. Now, an option is emerging that could tick most of the boxes for Israel. Let's go to our correspondent Alec Pollard in Tel Aviv. What can you tell us?
Yes, Lidal, the United Arab Emirates are in advanced talks at the moment that have been going on for several weeks with the United States and Israel about managing the civilian aspects of the Gaza Strip. According to a report by Israel's Channel 12, the UAE are seeking to manage the civilian apparatus inside Gaza, and this includes the investment of billions of dollars immediately inside the Gaza Strip, with further billions to be poured in at a later date. The Emirates intend to take over the management of all markets and trade, but most notably, as part of the plan, they will send armed security forces to secure the logistics centers to be deployed in the Strip. Alongside the Emirati forces, private American security companies will also operate in Gaza. That was already tried before as part of the Gaza Humanitarian Fund, with partial success. The Emirates will buy all goods that will enter the Strip from Israel and use Israeli contractors for that purpose. Distribution centers will be upgraded to logistics centers from which the goods will be transferred to the private sector of Gaza. Hopefully, this will prevent Hamas and other armed groups from stealing and taxing the resources. A government-to-government agreement is currently being drafted, the details of which Israel still needs to approve. Israeli officials familiar with the details of the negotiations said the Emirates are offering to enter with all their might and become the civilian patron, adding that the Emirates are taking a risk and prepared to get between Hamas's legs, while stressing this measure will not replace the dismantling of Hamas and the demilitarization of the Gaza Strip, and only provide a civilian response of a moderate and productive force. For Israel, that has insisted that neither Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority take charge and run Gaza, this could be the best solution that it has. The question is, what is the motive here for Abu Dhabi to take part in such a risky venture, especially considering the fact that some type of confrontation with Hamas in Gaza seems very likely, and nobody in the Middle East wants to be seen as fighting or confronting Hamas and, by extension, the Palestinian cause.
Thank you, Alec, for the report. And joining us now with the latest in Gaza is Lieutenant Colonel Advocate Maurice Hirsch from the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
So the Rafah crossing has officially opened. I mean, do you feel the security arrangements are adequate? Do you think the opening still poses a security threat to Israel?
So I think it very much depends on what the security precautions that are put in place at the crossing are. It depends on who exactly is going in, who is going out. I would suggest that to the government of the State of Israel that they open the Rafah crossing for everyone for everyone apart from the ages of men between 15 and 45. Anyone who wants to leave should be invited to leave. And then coming in, obviously, there should be much more inspection, closer inspection. We know at the moment that the crossing is only open for people to come in and out, not yet for goods and commodities. And that's something that has to be really monitored to make sure that there are no more incidents of the smuggling of weapons that we've seen so much in the past.
Exactly, and we have to remember that the Rafah crossing, which, as you mentioned, until October 7th was managed by Egypt, was essentially used as a smuggling route for weapons to Hamas. So how can Israel really ensure that this won't be the case again now that it's sort of handed over, at least partially, control to Egypt?
Well, so what we saw before the war was a situation where we had smuggling underground via the extensive tunnel network, and then smuggling overground through the Rafah crossing. We had, let's call them actors on the Egyptian side who had a financial incentive in helping Hamas rearm, re-establish themselves, build their force, and then go to war with Israel. That's something which we have to prevent at all costs. Again, maintaining the presence in the Philadelphia corridor is quite a necessary security provision. I would say it's a critical security provision. And then monitoring everything that comes through the crossing, whether it comes through the crossing on one side, checked by the Egyptians, everything that comes in has to be checked on the Israeli side as well before it then moves on into the areas of the Gaza Strip, which are still, unfortunately, controlled by Hamas. And that's also something that needs to be dealt with.
Now, we've officially transitioned into phase 2, but Hamas, of course, has so far not made any progress to disarm. What can we expect on this front? I mean, what are the next steps now, especially with Turkey and Qatar in the picture?
I think we're coming into a very dangerous part of this deal. Hamas is not going to disarm, even though it committed to disarm. It gave that commitment as part of the plan that President Trump presented. And now really they're trying to challenge that commitment, to roll it back, saying that they never, ever agreed to disarm. And then we're seeing, just in the last few days, some of the very much more problematic involvement of Qatar and Turkey and even Nikolai Mladenov in this whole incident, where just over the weekend, where IDF forces were forced to deal with Hamas and Hamas terrorists, and the condemnations came out from Turkey, from Qatar, from Mladenov, all one-sided, all against Israel. These are people who are meant to ensure that Hamas meets their commitments and disarms, and yet they're going back to literally the 6th of October, protecting Hamas and attacking Israel.
Absolutely. When I heard Mladenov's comments, it really just sounded very, very similar to comments you would hear from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. And an interesting development, though, that I do want to ask you about regarding the United Arab Emirates. They've now come forward saying that they might, take a larger part in post-war Gaza. Do you believe that their involvement increases the likelihood of success? And how does this, how would this change the bigger picture?
So I think the UAE has a critical part to play in the future of Gaza. What we've seen, obviously, the United Arab Emirates, part of the Abraham Accords, the fundamental change that we've seen just in their school curriculum over the last decade, possibly even a little bit more, their understanding of the Jewish presence in the area, the accepting of the Jewish presence in the area, and really basing it on the historical right of the Jewish people. So this is something which is critical. It's a critical stage in going forward, because really in Gaza you have, I would say, two different vectors that need to be dealt with. One is the intent. That's the ability of the terrorists to carry out the terrorist attacks and to carry on with their war. That's something which we have to deal with. We have to disarm them. We have to take away their weapons. But when we're talking about motivations, this is already a different story. And here we need to get into the whole issue of de-radicalizing, denazifying, and even to be more accurate, the Gaza Strip, changing the way that the next generations are educated. If we finish and we disarm Hamas, but we allow the PA school system, the Hamas curriculum, to keep on being taught in the schools, then we'll see more and more generations of hatred and of violence and of terrorism. If we can change that fundamental at its roots and change the education program in the Gaza Strip, obviously we don't need to make it necessarily Zionistic. We just need to teach the Gazans that it's not okay to murder Jews.
A lot of work yet to be done. Lieutenant Colonel Advocate Maurice Hirsch, thank you so much for joining us today and for your insights.
Thank you very much for having me.
Imagine earning your master's degree on top of Mount Carmel, where forest meets sea and where every day brings a new cultural, academic, and personal adventure. This is the multi-experience at U Haifa International. Here, students from around the world live and learn together in Israel's most culturally diverse city, meeting new people, discovering new perspectives, and shaping their own Israel experience.
There's people from different countries, from different religions and different languages. Somehow we are all very similar.
At U Haifa, academics meet real life. You don't just study, you experience Israel up close, explore Haifa's mountain ocean city life, and build global friendships that last a lifetime.
It's not just a degree, it's an experience. It opens your mind, your network, and your world.
U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience. And on the northern front, the IDF conducted multiple attacks against Hezbollah targets in Lebanon overnight and today. targeting terror infrastructure and Hezbollah terrorists, including a senior engineering commander. This as Israel continues to act against ceasefire violations along the northern border. The IDF stresses that the presence of these weapons and sites constitutes a blatant breach of the ceasefire and says it will continue to act to prevent Hezbollah from rearming or reestablishing its positions near Israel's border.
The story of the Jewish people has never been about standing still. It's a story of moving forward, of taking responsibility, of protecting what matters, no matter the challenge. That story is still being written today, not with swords, but with stewardship of the land, with the rule of law, and with the determination to secure Israel's future. And on the front lines of that mission stands Regavim. Regavim is a public movement dedicated to defending Israel's national lands and natural resources in the field, in the courts, and in the public square. Through research, on-the-ground action, and legal advocacy, Regavim works to uphold the rule of law and to ensure that Israel can grow, thrive, and remain rooted in its homeland.
And in other news, the Knesset is today marking 60 years since the inauguration of its building, with a special open house celebration held on the Jewish holiday of Tu B'Shvat. More than 2,000 visitors are expected at Israel's parliament, including soldiers, police officers, Holocaust survivors, and students from schools across the country. The day's events included tree planting ceremonies in keeping with Tu B'Shvat tradition, a ceremonial honor guard march in the Knesset Plaza, and the raising of the national flag. Visitors toured the building, some guided by new Knesset robots, and received commemorative gift bags, a nod to the original 1966 inauguration. A special session was held in the plenum, along with a prayer service in the Knesset synagogue. Knesset Speaker Amir Ohana said the building symbolizes renewed Jewish sovereignty in 6 decades of parliamentary life, combining innovation with heritage in what he called the People's House. The celebrations also included artistic agricultural displays, including a 3-meter-tall figure of Zionist visionary Theodor Herzl made entirely of Israeli fruits and vegetables. And I'll take the opportunity to wish all of our viewers a happy Tu B'Shvat.
For more than 200 years, when Israel's most vulnerable needed help, Kolel Chabad was there. When families can't afford food, when seniors are alone, when children are struggling to survive, Kolel Chabad steps in with meals, essentials, and dignity. Right now, thousands of families across Israel are counting on that help. And you can make sure it reaches them. Your donation doesn't just give charity, it gives hope, it gives strength, it saves lives. Kolel Chabad, helping Israel one life at a time. Scan the QR code on your screen and give now.
And in other news, Israeli basketball player Deni Avdia has been selected as a Western Conference reserve player in the NBA All-Star Games of 2026. This is a huge milestone for Israeli sports, with fans across Israel already celebrating a dream realized. Let's go to our correspondent Devo Klein, who has the story. Devo?
That is right, Lidar. It is official. I can finally report to you guys that Deni Avdia, number 8, has been selected to play in the NBA All-Stars game. That means that Avdia is going to be the first ever Israeli to reach this historic milestone. Now, this is obviously big news for Avdia, the forward from the Portland Trail Blazers, who has been putting in an absolutely stellar season. He's averaging about 26 points per game, which is an incredible stat all on its own. But he was actually snubbed by the voters. He placed 7th overall in the voting for the Western Conference. But it was actually the coaches who selected Avdia to play as a reserves player in this year's NBA All-Stars game. This is obviously a huge milestone, also for Avdia, but also for the fans here in Israel, and in general, just seeing Israeli representation on the NBA stage. He is the first ever to do it, but don't take my word for it. Just take a listen to what Avdia said in the post interview.
And Denny, the All-Star, oh, that feels good to say, is here with me now. What was that moment like to find out with all of your teammates?
It was great. Being in a room with people that love you, and obviously I couldn't do it without my teammates and coaches and the whole crew that just been with me this season. Been amazing. There's a long season to go. I got to focus on the team and see how we get better as a group, but definitely as an individual accolade, that's amazing, and hopefully more to come.
So as you can see, you can definitely count on Avdia to keep things calm and collected. You can see he's very poised despite this incredible news that he's currently experiencing right now. And it's really awesome to see. It's awesome to see his personality on the court, off the court. And it's great to see him finally be recognized for his accomplishments, for his leadership. Like I said, he was selected by the coaches, which means that his potential has been recognized, noted, and now he's selected and he's reaping the benefits. So big news for the world of sports and basketball and Israeli representation on the NBA stage. Back to you, Lidar.
Thanks, Devo. Absolutely an historic moment for Israel in the NBA. And now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 13 degrees Celsius or 55 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see rain showers alongside steady temperatures with highs of 17 degrees Celsius or 63 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and keep up with us on social media. That's at ILTV_Israel on all platforms. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Ladar Gravelazi. Be well, and thank you so much for watching.
If the world feels more chaotic than usual, you are not wrong. With America threatening to maybe take over Greenland and Russia and Ukraine's conflict just getting worse, and maybe the Iranian Islamic Republic is going to be brought down, and so many more mad things happening every single day, there is a method to this madness. You see, Trump's announcement this week of the border peace is so much more significant than we have been led to believe. People are really focusing in on the details of what this is and will it resolve Gaza, but most people have completely missed the point. This is a total shift in world order and an attempt to actually try and create peace and stop these conflicts in real time. Trump is taking a significant gamble, and I'm all for it. We have to understand this thing to clock what is happening with the world and where we are moving towards. And if you want to understand all of that and more, welcome to the Meira K Show on JNS TV. Let's start from the very beginning. So it's 1920 and the world is kind of freaking out. World War I has ended, but about 20 million people have been killed in what feels like completely pointless deaths, and a bunch of countries convene to discuss how they can make sure something like this never happens again. They have a revolutionary idea. Instead of going to war, like what the world has done throughout all history, countries should sit down and chat about their issues, hopefully resolving them. They create what they call the League of Nations, which the US decides not to join. And if you're wondering if this League of Nations was a success, I'll jolt your memory to World War II, which erupts just a few years later. After World War II, the League of Nations is quickly disbanded because it's a complete failure. After all, countries are not going to talk about power plays. But then, after World War II, everybody kind of realized in the West, like, now seriously, we need to figure out how to stop World War III. And so they rebirth their old theory, and the UN is born. The idea of the UN is a global organization founded to prevent another world war by providing a forum for any nation to discuss and resolve conflicts. And if it sounds kinda useless and pathetic, you aren't wrong, but we'll get to that in a moment. It's comprised of 193 nations who slowly join, and without getting too detailed and technical, the UN actually controls a lot more than most people realize. Unlike the League of Nations, which was just about discussions, the UN also has a body that's supposed to execute and move things forward. So the main UN has a budget of about $3.5 billion and headquarters in New York, but they have many other entities under them, like the World Health Organization, the Universal Postal Union. Did you know the UN controls your post? And even the ICAO, which sets the standards for international flights, which is why we all speak the same language and don't bang into each other. They manage a combination of humanitarian initiatives and boring structural stuff that most of us don't even think about. Of course, with a budget of over $70 billion in taxpayer money. Now, don't think for a second that I think that the UN is an important entity. It's my belief that the UN is a prime example of bureaucracy that stops things from getting done. And if you're wondering what the big difference between the UN and the League of Nations was, you aren't really crazy. They're actually very similar in the fact that they don't really work. The bulk of what they do, at least in the area of trying to ensure World War II doesn't happen again, is just performative. What do I mean by that? Well, first off, they don't have the ability to enforce any of their decisions. They don't even have an army of their own. What they do have, though, is the ability to set legitimacy. Take, let's say, the ICJ, the international courts. They can decide that someone is a war criminal, even if that's not true. Can they arrest him? No, but they can make it legitimate for any of the countries that are part of the UN to decide to arrest said person. But it's not just that they can't do much outside of creating diplomatic pressure due to their inability to enforce, they're also ineffective as a system. What do I mean by that? Well, first off, enormous bureaucratic organizations don't tend to be effective, but more than that, they have a very interesting veto problem within their Security Council. What is the Security Council? Well, the UN realized that despite the fact that it has a General Assembly of 193 different members of countries, they need a place where the top 15 members can discuss important war topics and make decisions about it. They call it the Security Council, but there's a little bit of a catch. You see, the Security Council is supposed to be able to enforce and push things forward in a more legitimate way than the General Assembly. But the 5 countries that defeated the Nazis in World War II are given the ability to veto any decision that is made, meaning to basically chuck it out of the discussion room. Now, these 5 countries that defeated the Nazis include Russia. And so, let's just say Russia launches a war on the Ukraine. The UN Security Council effectively can't do much to stop it. Of course, this is an oversimplification, and as an Israeli, the fact that the US, which is one of those 5 countries, can veto many terrible decisions that are pushed forward to stop us fighting Gaza, let's say, is something I'm grateful for. But it's not a very effective system. And to prove my point, just look around you. Does it seem like the UN has done much to succeed in keeping wars at bay? Not really. But once again, we're rushing ahead of ourselves. Let's go back to where we're standing historically. It's 1949, and some countries realize that just having a group of people to talk about stuff isn't going to do enough to stop a potential world war, and so they develop an army of sorts called NATO. Now, if you've always been confused about the difference between the UN and NATO, here it is. NATO is a military alliance, a group of countries that decided if you hit one of us, you're going to hit all of us. 32 countries have united to protect themselves from outside attacks. They are a military force using their own military abilities. The UN has no military. It's a forum for discussions, and it is trying to keep peace and handle global issues through debates. But here's where it starts to get complicated. It's 1949, and we've got the UN there to handle the intellectual sides, and NATO there to defend countries from a potential Germany's flare-up again. And then it starts to get a little complicated, as Russia is a part of the UN. And this is the same time that the Cold War starts between the USSR and the US. This effectively paralyzes the UN. Because of the ability of both Russia and the US to veto, the Security Council, which is supposed to be the ultimate point for the UN, is frozen. If the US wants something, the USSR stop it, and vice versa. Now, a little bit of a historical reminder for people who don't remember what the Cold War was essentially about. It was a fight between 2 ideologies, and when I say was, I actually mean is. It is a fight between 2 ideologies. One believes in the West, in freedom and individual rights, in democracies. The other believes in communism, state control, and collective rule. These two things essentially really negate each other, and this is a fight that is going on until this day, even if the official Cold War is behind us. Now, following the intensity of the world wars, the Cold War keeps the US in focus, fighting against an enemy, but in a way that feels much more palatable to the West. Less killings, less feelings of war. It's a shadow war done diplomatically and in conversations behind the scenes. The US is strengthened ideologically by the Russian enemy, sharpening its knowledge of what it believes in and what it wants to fight for. But the UN is a completely different story. Since the UN couldn't actually stop wars between big powers, it invented something new to remain useful: peacekeeping. The idea is, we can't stop you from fighting, but if you stop on your own, we'll send guys in hats to stand in the middle so you don't start again. And once again, if that sounds pathetic and ineffective, you're not wrong. This is also where the boring structural stuff starts to explode. Since the UN can't solve wars, it focuses on everything else: health and weather and development, and mainly bureaucracy. It grows and grows because it's the only part of the UN that's actually allowed to move and do something. Which brings us quite quickly to the 1990s. It's a miracle. The West in America wins. The USSR is dissolved. The war, the Cold War, is now behind us. And the West, thinking that it had actually won, begins to truly lose its way. They say easy times create weak men. Well, it's true of countries as well. America, without its ideological enemy, starts to lose the direction that it had. And the UN, realizing that it has finally solved its veto problems, starts getting involved in actual wars. Newsflash, it's a total disaster. Take Rwanda, for example. The UN peacekeepers are on the ground during a genocide, but they have no mandate to use force. They literally watch as 800,000 people are killed because the forum in New York couldn't agree to change the rules. Or in Bosnia, where the UN created safe areas where Dutch peacekeepers were there to protect civilians. However, when the attackers show up, the UN don't fight back. They stood by and watched 8,000 men and boys get executed. And of course, in Somalia, where the UN and the US attempted some sort of combined mission to feed the people and stop the civil war, and it just ends up with tens of US soldiers killed, hundreds of Somalians murdered, and the public outcry across the US that this is not an effective way to be using the American military. Simply put, the UN can't actually solve conflicts. So once again, it pivots. In the early 2000s, and truthfully till this day, it decides to do two main things. First, to become the moral judge. Since it can't stop the wars, it starts calling out war crimes instead, basically becoming a giant finger pointer. And it also goes all in on its specialized agencies. They turn themselves into a service provider, basically saying to countries, you might hate our politics, but you need us to regulate your planes and your mail, so use us. Of course, they only need about $70 billion to do so, and they are also now overly invested in becoming essential and permanent fixtures in global crises. Meaning, hint, hint, they don't actually gain from the crises resolving themselves, but rather they want them to keep going so that they can prove that they are essential to world peace. But who am I to get political? Let's stay focused. Just like the UN becomes a joke, so too at the same time, the West is becoming less and less credible by the day. With entities like NATO and the UN, individual countries, especially in Europe, are becoming less and less self-dependent. They start drastically cutting their military budgets, their production ones as well, because a big part of these communal organizations stems from this failing idea. One that we like to call multilateralism. This is the idea that everyone can and should get a seat at the table, and that the rules should be the same for everybody, and everybody is collectively going to fight to help everybody, meaning the individual is actually not that important anymore. In reality, this doesn't work so well. If the UK can be totally dependent on Denmark and Germany's military, why would they invest in their own? And hint, hint, they don't. They stop, and then as individual entities, they become unbelievably weak. And add on to this the fact that it is really slow. If you need everyone to agree on something, this creates serious bureaucratic problems. If you have 195 people sitting around a table and all of them need to agree on how to resolve a conflict, guess what? That conflict's not getting resolved. But that's actually the less significant problem. What happens if not everybody agrees to the rules being set? If you have players who have decided that they fundamentally disagree with this philosophy and that they want to strengthen themselves as individual entities, i.e., they don't believe in the Western mentality of collectivism and everybody working together. They think that they should be strengthening themselves as individuals. Guess what? They get stronger. Enter into the chat BRICS, BRICS. It's an acronym. And whilst the West is busy discussing these ideas like multiculturalism and eroding its own value systems and abilities, its enemies are very busy watching and learning. Now, chances are you haven't even heard of BRICS, but that's not going to be the case for long, as they are very quickly becoming a serious part of our reality. In 2001, an economist coined the term after Brazil, Russia, India, and China, claiming that they would become the world economic superpowers, and this became a term in the economic world. It's only in 2009 that these countries, liking this BRICS term, turned this into a political group. They then added South Africa and stayed with only 5 players until 2024, when they started seriously expanding, adding Egypt, Indonesia, UAE, and other regions into their coalitions. So what is BRICS really about? Well, they believe something essentially different to the UN. They believe in multipolarity, which means they want a world with multiple centers of power, rather than just one. And yes, if you're starting to understand that they are looking to compete directly with the West and with the United States explicitly, you are absolutely correct. How do they want to do this? Well, first, by minimizing the US power, which starts, as you now know, with the dollar. Because the US dollar is the world's reserve currency, and you can check out more about this in our previous episode that we did on this show, the US can use sanctions to cut countries like Russia or Iran out of the global economy. BRICS wants to trade in their own currencies, like rupees, to make sure that no single country can turn off their bank accounts. To do this, they have their own banking systems, which doesn't have human rights conditions like the World Bank does, and has a massive rainy day fund to help members out if their currency crashes so they don't go to the US. They also have a deeply un-Western way of looking at money. BRICS operates on a no questions asked policy. They believe that how a country treats its own citizens is its own business. They don't interfere. And BRICS has now become a proper economic coalition. The idea is to provide countries a form of competition to the West, but most importantly, to not be dependent on the West anymore. They realize something that Trump has started to realize as well, that we've ignored reality. The Old West, these European countries that once were the pride of civilization, have honestly become a bit of a cautionary tale, and they're looking into the future. These countries, like Europe, have been overrun by radical Islamic takeovers that their own leaders are refusing to name and deal with, and their economies are flatlining. Most of them have less GDP per capita today than they did 20 years ago. And whilst they're struggling to even grow at 1% a year, BRICS countries are now growing at almost 4% a year. But it's even worse than that, because BRICS manages about 43% of the global economy. Now, we're used to a reality in which we think of the West as the strongest entity in the world, but the BRICS countries, like Russia, Brazil, China, and India, are quickly catching up, whilst the West is stuck in their old mentalities, like the UN. European countries, and even America, traded their energy independence and their borders for optics and multiculturalism, inviting in all different entities, and honestly, these countries have become unrecognizable. If America wants to avoid that same drain and stay a serious power, they're going to have to stop playing by the rules of other big players, not the rules that they become accustomed to. Economy, money, and raw resources are now the new reality. Playing by the rules that don't actually exist because half of the world isn't playing by them anyway, is a problem that the West has slowly been starting to wake up to. And when I say the West, I specifically mean President Donald Trump of the United States. Which brings us to present-day Davos, where at the World Economic Forum, President Trump made his enormous Board of Peace announcement. I think many people have missed the significance of this, choosing to focus on the fine print. We want to know what exactly Jared Kushner has planned for the Gaza skyline, but this is a massive shift strategically. The board itself is now looking to completely undercut the UN as competition. Okay, what do I mean by this? Instead of having everyone as part of the conversation, this is a pay-to-play model. To secure a permanent seat, countries are reportedly paying a $1 billion membership fee after having 3 years of involvement. This is only for people who can pay and who are willing to move fast on solutions without the bureaucracy. Of course, Trump is the head of it. Specifically, the charter names him chairman for life. This gives him more power potentially than the US president because he has the sole power to fire members or set the agenda. This is a coalition of peace, which instead of focusing on conversations and diplomacy, believes that the right economic incentives can keep peace instead. It's shifting from this whole multiculturalism idea of equality and into transactionalism. It's politics, but it's built like a business model, which is where we know that Trump excels. With only those who bring something to the table being part of the questions and the debates for the future of the world. It treats international relationships not as a long-term marriage based on shared values, but as a series of one-off deals. Under this worldview, the question isn't, is this legal under international law, but rather, what is the return on investment for my country right now? Okay. That was a whole lot of hullabaloo, but let's actually talk about what this means. Because this board was created to solve the Gaza issue. But as you may have noticed by now, that's not the only thing that they're looking to do. That's a small example of their big plan. So let's take the Gaza Executive Board, which is a small group within this peace board. Whilst the UN spent decades stuck in the veto problem, the GEB, the Gaza board, operates like a reconstruction firm. The lineup isn't diplomats and discussions about how UNRWA can be feeding the Palestinians. It's people like Jared Kushner, Mark Rubio, Steve Witkoff, and billionaire Mark Rowan, along with Tony Blair. Now, they're completely ignoring legitimacy in favor of a 20-point business plan aimed at building shimmering towers and a new coastline. They're basically saying, let's stop discussing all the laws and what's right and what's wrong. Let's actually build this out effectively, quickly, and in a way that everybody benefits from. Make it into a business deal. And they're completely uninterested in the discussions around international law because to them, it's a facade. International law only works if you have somebody who can actually maintain the law and order, which nobody can do on an international scale. I mean, let's just look for a second at what's going on in Greenland. Trump has set a February 1st deadline for Denmark and the European allies to either negotiate the purchase of Greenland or face tariffs starting at 10% and moving to 25%. He's using economic warfare against our own allies because the old system is dead. In 1920s, the world tried idealism with the League, and in 1945, the world tried multilateralism with the UN and NATO, and in 2026, the world, led by the Davos announcement, is trying transactionalism. The Board of Peace isn't pretending to be a global family. It's operating on the idea that if you make war too expensive and peace too profitable through real estate and mineral rights, the big players will stay in line because it's good for business. Which leads us to the big next question. The League of Nations failed because it has no power, and the UN is still struggling because its power is divided. Will a Board of Peace succeed because it treats global stability like a business? Note how many participants in BRICS are joining this, while the West is being cautious. As of now, the board has 19 founding participants who have actually signed the charter in Davos. We are talking about major players like Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt, Indonesia, and Argentina, alongside others like Hungary, Azerbaijan, and Qatar. Even Russia has signaled that it is studying the invitation, although they're playing a little bit of a game. These are players who understand that the wind is changing. But then look at the other side, the nervous ones, the leaders of what I call the Weak Europe coalition. You have Emmanuel Macron in France, who has already said he has no intention of joining because it undermines the UN. You have Merz in Germany and Cooper in the UK, all clutching at their pearls over constitutional issues and Russian involvement. They are so stuck in the 1945 mindset that they're literally watching the world move on without them. They'd rather go down with the sinking ship of the UN than admit that Trump's new model is the only thing that might potentially keep peace, because we have not succeeded in keeping peace in the last 70 years. These countries, again, weakened by an old mentality that doesn't work, are choosing optics over survival. What Trump is saying is actually seriously simple. He believes that peace and diplomacy and this model doesn't work. It hasn't been effective and it won't be effective. But businesses are effective. And if you can shift diplomacy into a new economic reality, you might actually have a chance. By the way, how is he getting people to join his board? He's bullying them economically. He's saying, you're going to be receiving extra tariffs if you don't join my board of peace. Once again, using money, oil, raw minerals to shift the way that people see things, because his essential core belief is that money is what makes the world go round. And if you want to shift the world into a better place, you need to use economic incentives to do so. The mistake the West is currently doing is that besides the fact that they're not looking at their complete economic failure and focusing in on the other countries that are succeeding every single day in growing their economy, they're looking at this as another crazy Trump idea. But in essence, he is saying, if we don't play by the rules of the games being dictated by the likes of BRICS, Russia, and China, we are going to lose completely because the West is stuck in the past. It's not yet clear, by the way, if he is right. And I definitely have my reservations. I'm not comfortable with this idea. It makes me feel a little bit odd to think that you're going to have Trump leading this board basically on his own. And what happens when he dies? Who replaces it? How does this entire system work? But what I am clear upon is that the way that the West has worked, the way that the UN has worked, the way that we have done things up until this point has failed abysmally. And that something that our enemies is doing is working better. Now, I've also seen that the economy is such a massive player in so many of our decisions that this is actually a pretty safe bet to make, to assume that if you can push people's economics need, you'll actually create the world politics that the world needs for peace. Now, what's interesting is to notice that Israel is thinking along the same lines. It's working hard to become a proper player at the big boys table, looking to create themselves as an economic superpower. Now, they're also enforcing their military and proving to the world that technologically we are absolutely essential and building out our world trade. But our economy is a hyper focus at the moment, and the relationships that we're working to build all have diplomatic ramifications. We're creating a reality in which economically we are so important that countries have to be our friends and have to be at peace with Israel, because if they're not, they're going to lose out. This is kind of similar to what Trump is doing, but Trump is a little bit of a complicated character, and people are reticent to just jump in on his new idea. Netanyahu, by the way, has been asked and has agreed to join the coalition, which I actually think is important. Even though we have Turkey and Qatar on board, which are our enemies. Anything else would be seen as a snub to the United States. And the countries know this. This is Trump's way. He is using his leverage to push people even if they aren't sure to join, hoping to make this a real force that can act effectively very quickly. And yes, if you ask me, this board announcement that happened in Davos just a few days ago has a lot to do with his delaying the attack on Iran. Waiting for this to be launched and then showing the world how he means business is a pretty solid business plan. Look, this all kind of ties together. If you wonder to yourself why we aren't seeing peace in the way that we expect, or so many world conflicts have erupted, it's because of how weak the West has become. And this is a move to show them that that time is over. Russia invading Ukraine was a test of the Russians to see how the West would act, as was Hamas in Gaza. They were trying to see what their reaction would be. And same too with China potentially invading Taiwan. They are testing Western's military abilities, psychological abilities, and unity. And the truth is, we failed. Trump knows this, and he's been doing a lot over the last year to recreate a West that looks strong, but most importantly, has the economic upper hand. This explains Venezuela, this now explains Greenland, this explains the tariffs, and a lot of the negotiations that we've seen with the Middle East. He believes that making war not worthwhile financially is the smartest way to keep war at bay, to keep the peace, and to keep the West strong. The most obvious flaw in the plan, to me, is the fact that money might be able to buy out communists and other ideological agendas, but I'm not so sure about the radical jihadis. I think we are wrong in the thinking that makes us believe economic interests are above religious pursuits. It's a lesson that Israel's kind of learned, that if you just funnel money to your enemies, they're not going to become more likable. They're just going to wait for you to give them as much as they can to build themselves out and then attack you. But if we can present ourselves as the strong ones, the ones who can't be pushed over, the ones who have the military abilities and the chutzpah to fight back, specifically economically, the jihadis might actually take note. I mean, a whole bunch of the Arab countries have already joined, and I guess we will soon find out. Is the old adage true? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer? Is this the new reality that we are looking at? I mean, again, time will tell. What we're now seeing is in 1945, a decision was made to create these enormous organizations that don't work in the hopes that they would incentivize peace. It has failed colossally as a system. And we've got new entities who are saying, whilst we don't like the reality of playing these games, which might seem a little dictatorshipy and not exactly aligned with the rules of the West, we might not have any other opportunity. We might not have a choice because the West has fallen so badly that these countries are growing and growing and growing. And if we don't start to play on that level and remove the entities that are stopping us, as the UN is, then we are going to be in trouble. This is the bet that Trump is taking, and I'm interested to hear. Do you think that this is effective, that this is wise, that this might actually be the chance that the West has? Or are we just seeing new leadership falling for the idea that the more power they have, the more silent the world will be, and will once again be a little bit bitten by this theory? I'm not so sure, but that's where we're at now. We're seeing a complete shift. The world peace idea that we all believe in and we all want, it's not working. We now live in a reality in which if you don't have the economic upper hand, which is more important than the diplomatic upper hand, you are going to fail. And the West has to start doing something drastic to shift. Is this going to be it? Only time will tell. I'm Ira Kay, and I will see you next time.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Devo Klein, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all of the biggest headlines from across the region. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff has landed in Israel. From Ben Gurion Airport, Witkoff will continue to Jerusalem to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, IDF Chief Eyal Zamir, and Mossad Chief David Barnea. This meeting comes before Witkoff is scheduled to meet Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi in Turkey. A new report by Channel 12 says Israeli officials are due to elaborate on Israel's red lines when it comes to negotiating with Iran. The three clear no's include no nuclear weapons, no ballistic missile program, and no support for regional proxies. The report adds that Israeli officials also believe that the Iranian regime could be brought down through military strikes. But in the last hour, an Iranian source told Reuters that the regime is not interested in negotiating what they deem as their defense system, rhetoric the Islamic regime has used before to refer to their nuclear program. And the Rafah border crossing has now been open for 3 days, but today the traffic at the crossing is bilateral. An Egyptian border officer told AFP that a wave of injured Palestinians have been exiting the strip in ambulances and crossing into Egypt for treatment. All those who have crossed underwent security screenings. The reopening of Rafah is a key but mostly symbolic step in the Israel-Hamas ceasefire, with only limited daily movement prohibited and still no exception for the transfer of goods. The UN are facilitating with the transfer and reporting a healthy cooperation. Have a listen.
The limited reopening of the crossing allowed some patients and companions to exit directly into Egypt, while others transited through the Israeli-controlled Karim Abu Salam crossing. The World Health Organization tells us that the last medical evacuation through Rafah dates back to May of 2024.
So the UN are clearly involved in the operations at Rafah, but could this be a bigger problem? This morning, the IDF announced it located around 110 mortar shells hidden inside an UNRWA humanitarian aid bag. I'll say that once again. An UNRWA humanitarian aid bag was located by IDF troops during an operation to dismantle terror infrastructure near the Yellow Line. There they found mortars and rockets. You don't have to read between the lines to understand that these mortars and rockets have only one destination, and that is the homes of Israeli civilians. And the IDF has selected a new Arabic spokesperson. Muslim IDF officer Major Ella Waweya, also known as Captain Ella, will replace Colonel Avichai Adrei as the IDF's Arabic language spokesperson, taking charge of Arabic outreach across all platforms. The change comes as Adrei concludes roughly 2 decades in the role, with Captain Ella to assume responsibility for Arabic outreach across the platforms. She will be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel upon starting her new role, making her the highest ranking Muslim officer in the military. And a shocking development for Israelis, the NCAG, the Palestinian Technocratic Committee set up to manage post-war Gaza, has quietly changed its public image, replacing its original logo with one nearly identical to that of the Palestinian Authority. The NCAG has updated its social media today with a new emblem featuring the PA's signature golden eagle, with the only change being the committee's acronym on the shield instead of the word Palestine. The move is seen as a modest attempt to link the committee to the PA, despite Israeli efforts to keep the PA away from post-war Gaza. Despite Prime Minister Netanyahu's opposition to any PA role, some representatives are already involved in operations at the Rafah crossing, and Israeli officials are now also confirming that this new logo, the new emblem of the NCAG, was not yet presented to Israeli officials and therefore will not be used in post-war Gaza or be affiliated with the NCAG. And before we go for now, we've got some exciting news. You can now get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel. That's breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code that's on your screen to join. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel and the heart of the Middle East. I'm Diva Klein, and thank you so much for watching.
Media scandal. A doctor quoted by the New York Times is now being linked to Hamas. And now this. Did the IDF just accept Hamas's Gaza death toll claim? 70,000? Then Trump says Hamas will disarm in phase 2, while Hamas says no chance and keeps rearming. So what's real? What's spin? And what are they hiding? We're unpacking it all, only on JNS, only on the Quad. Welcome back, everybody, to the Quad, and here in our Jerusalem studios with my wonderful co-host, Shoshana Keats-Jaskell, the co-founder of Chokhmat Nashim, elevating and defending women's voices in the Orthodox world, Bellamy Bellucci, activist par excellence and a dancer and a model. She's so many things. Great that she's with us. And for the second time, David Lang, the executive director of Israeli Cool, really the OG influencer, unpacking all the lies for many decades now, David. Am I aging you?
You've aged me.
But you know we're the same age, so
That's
it's all
true.
good. It's all good. Okay, there's so much to unpack this week, and it really all centers around the work that we all do, which is exposing lies, unpacking lies. So let's start with the story of that the New York Times quotes a doctor. Of course, they've been quoting doctors for 2 years, doctors from everywhere. They've said every libel imaginable. They've said that they've seen bodies without major organs because, of course, Jews steal organs. We've heard that one before. We also poison wells. That's 1,000 years old, that one. And that we've shot children in the head. Blatant lies. And guess what? It turns out that one of these doctors quoted by the New York Times, why should we even be surprised, seriously, is a senior member of Hamas. And I just have to say one little thing about me and my own little pride. On my Wikipedia, we all know what those guys are up to. It says that I said in a TV interview that all doctors in Gaza are terrorists. Am I right? Or am I right? David, you spend your life literally finding these pieces of libels, of news, and then finding out the truth. This can't be a surprise from the news outlet that took a kid with a congenital illness and said this is starvation, while his mother is looking like she hasn't skipped a meal.
Well put. So yeah, obviously it's not a surprise, first of all, that this doctor was a Hamas colonel. He was a colonel. It wasn't even like an underling. He was like one of the, the big guys in the movement. And it's, of course, not surprising, unfortunately, that the New York Times, the New York Slimes, as some of us like to call it, would stoop that low. But like, again, it's not the first time we've seen a medical professional in Gaza implicated in the crimes that we've seen. I mean, even correct. There are teachers, lawyers, dentists. Sorry to say.
Dentists. Well, it wasn't my husband, so
it wasn't your husband. Your husband's a good guy. But for instance, Noah Marciano, one of the hostages we saw recently, actually, it came out that she was murdered by the doctor that injected air into her veins
in Al Ali Hospital.
Yeah, there's another one of the hostages. I think it was Romy Gonen, who had said she was sexually assaulted by a nurse. You had another hostage that had been actually kept. So it was Emily. Emily Damari said that she had been kept and under the, let's say, the control of another Hamas doctor, and she had to call him Dr. Hamas or something along those lines. So even very recently, but if you're going back years and years and years, it's been known that we've always been uncovering these connections. So the question, and maybe it's not really a question because we know that the New York Times aren't doing their due diligence, but I would ask, is it a matter of them deliberately not asking the questions that have to be asked, plausible deniability, or they're just really bad journalists and doesn't really matter either way?
Because it's not reporting anymore. It's taking the things that speak to their agenda. It's only taking the bits of so-called news from the mouth of the terrorists that tells the narrative they want to tell. That's why they're not doing their job, right?
It's worse than that. This guy, Hassam Abu Safia, published multiple op-eds. It wasn't like he was quoted. He published full op-eds accusing Israel of genocide. He was presented by the Times as a pediatrician and a hospital director. He was then photographed in Hamas military uniform, and they didn't. And this was years ago. This wasn't just now. Years ago this was done. It's like you put a stethoscope on yourself, and you're like, I'm a doctor, so like I'm immune. Like it's like like you're playing tag and you like hit home base, like you're free. No, that is not journalism. You cannot do that. You can't platform just anyone. And these kinds of lies. The New York Times is a staple of American homes.
Was.
My grandmother, God bless her, and she's not alive anymore, but she should rest in peace. But she would read the Times regularly, and it's really sad.
Yes.
It's been years already that it's been like this, but every time something like this comes about, it's just sadder and sadder that they are platforming people who are not only anti-Israel, because that's not something that is, in and of itself, something that should get you not be able to be printed, but are liars and are biased and are clearly misrepresenting everything, and they're putting them out there because the New York Times has a name. It still does.
It's like the BBC. It's really no better. And it's all really from the school of Al Jazeera, right?
Absolutely. And in 2012, I was reviewed by them when I was dancing. So I was in the New York Times, which at that point in time is not, oh my gosh, this is amazing. This is a huge achievement. I would laugh if it happened today. Quite frankly, I wouldn't care what they had to say, because if you still have the same people that are saying that there's a famine going on in Gaza, and then you have, what's her name, Bisan, the so-called journalist, who has gone 5 times the size as time goes by, and people keep believing, well, this is the thing, if there is a famine and people handle stress in a different, she's huge. Yes. The only thing that Gaza is missing in aid is Ozempic. That's the truth of the matter. That's what they need to be doing. And if you think that I'm going to listen to somebody tell me, no, but they're actually a doctor. Oh, sure. Just like that actor that died a million times in Gaza would, who literally was one thing to the next. Yeah, he was a journalist. Great. Okay.
And just like we allegedly killed 220 journalists, you mean we killed 220 terrorists who were pretending to be journalists? Some of them were holding hostages. Some of them were raping hostages.
Yeah. I mean, by the way, he was the director of the Kamal Adwan Hospital. Do you know who Kamal Adwan was? I mean, that should be the first hint that we're dealing with someone sympathetic. So he was a PLO, like higher up in the PLO. The Mossad actually took him out. Not on a date, they like really took him out. And basically some say that he was one of the masterminds behind the Munich massacre. Oh, so, really? I mean, it's embedded in a culture. Yeah. Yes. So it's not surprising. And, you know, obviously in Western culture, we have the whole idea of innocent till proven guilty, the presumption of innocence. Yeah. And I would espouse that over there in Gaza, we should have the opposite. It should be the presumption of, no, not to say that we, you know, God forbid, do anything, execute any serious judgments or anything like that. But, I mean, you really have to do your due diligence. That's the bare minimum. But they don't. If they approach someone who says they're a doctor, they need to say, well, wait a minute, he works for like a hospital that is named after a terrorist. Maybe we should investigate this. So
well, let's not forget that Rantisi, who was one of the one of the leaders of the Second Intifada, Hamas member, was a gynecologist, pediatrician, or a gynecologist. They're all doctors, but they're still all terrorists. Guess what? It doesn't make a difference. And so I'm very proud that on my Wikipedia it says that I said that all the doctors there are terrorists, because it turns out they are. Now, talking about news, talking about agendas, and talking about numbers, you mentioned it a little bit here, Bellamy, about the myth of starvation and famine when you have journalists who basically put on 3 times their weight. Before we jump in, a quick invitation. The 2026 JNS International Policy Summit is coming up this April 15th through to the 17th, once again at the Waldorf Astoria in Jerusalem. I'll be there, and I really hope you'll join us too. You can visit jns-summit.org to register and to see the speaker lineup. It's an exceptional group this year. I look forward to meeting you in Jerusalem this April. But this week, there was another controversy where Haaretz misquoted another news agency who said that Israel had admitted to 70,000 deaths in Gaza over 2 years. Now, the IDF never admitted anything. The person who said it from the IDF was quoting Hamas numbers, so they took him out of context. They made it into a headline, and then, of course, you've got the usual suspects like Piers Morgan and Mehdi Hassan saying, we told you so. But even if those numbers are correct, okay, we claim that 25,000 of those 70,000, even if that number is right or wrong, are terrorists. And now, I went on a little hunt here, numbers hunt, which is not my thing, but I thought it was very interesting. In a population of 2 million people, how many people a year do you think die of natural causes? I'm throwing it out there. How many people? Well, it really depends on the age of the population. But if the population is a young population, like we can assume Gaza is a young population, yeah. The number of people that die for natural causes in a year in a population of 2 million, and I'm being generous here because it's 2.1, 2.2 million people, is about 14,000 people a year. So let's take Hamas's numbers, 70,000. Let's take away natural causes, a year. 14,000 a year. Right. That's 28,000 people dying of natural causes, because no, in a war, you don't live forever. You still die of diabetes and high blood pressure. That still exists, okay? So 70, take away 28. I'm not good at numbers. David, you better at numbers than me?
Yes.
52?
No, I'm going to disgrace myself.
No, is that 52 or 42?
I think it's 42.
42. 42, okay, 70? I didn't do 5 things math. So 70.
Only Israelis know what that means.
70, take off 28 is 42.
42, yes.
Thank you very much, Joanne. 42. Of that, take off the terrorists. What is 42 minus 25, everyone?
17.
17. So yes, maybe 17,000 people, innocent people died, and that is a tragedy of the war that we didn't start. But even if those numbers are correct, you have all these people on their soapbox to say, we told you so. No, what you told us was that all of those people were killed by Israel. And what we're saying to you is that most of those people were in fact terrorists killed in a war that we didn't start. No such thing as genocide. And the same report says that there was nobody who died of famine. There's a surprise.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's a number of other issues that are sort of being missed in all of this. First of all, innocent civilians die in war, as you alluded to.
Yes.
And this isn't a war that we started, but we are being accused of genocide each and every day.
Yeah.
And we have the capabilities to commit a genocide if we wanted to. Why would we drag out a war when we could carpet bomb the whole place? I'm not saying we should. I'm just pointing out that the idea that we're committing genocide is ridiculous.
And why?
We're basically risking our young soldiers.
We did.
Not basically, it's true.
We are.
Israelis died because we didn't want.
So obviously anyone with a functioning brain cell will know that the idea that we're committing genocide is ridiculous. If you just think a bit, just take away all the bluster and the noise and the Hamas talking points that the media and others are perpetuating, and you'll see that it just doesn't even make any sense. So we're sort of arguing about numbers here, but also what you mentioned is that it was never about the actual number. We don't know. The point was that Piers Morgan and friends were always quoting numbers. It came from the Hamas Ministry of Health. Yeah. By the way, when Piers Morgan did his gotcha this week, if you look at the wording, he goes, something along the lines of the Israeli officials or the IDF now admit to the Gaza Ministry of Health's numbers. Now, I believe it's deliberate. He says Gaza Ministry of Health because think about how ridiculous, even Piers Morgan knows how ridiculous he would sound if he goes, now they admit to Hamas's numbers that we've been quoting. The Gaza Ministry of Health is Hamas. It's Hamas. Yes. So there's a lot of smoke and mirrors going on here, and you just have to ask the basic questions. One other point I want to mention before I leave it to one of these wonderful ladies is that in April 2024, Hamas admitted that their numbers that they were coming out with at the time was about 33,000 casualties. They admitted 1/3, 11,000 of those casualties were based on incomplete information. Like they even admitted that their numbers back then were not even accurate.
But they also admitted that 3/4 of them were combatant age men.
Yeah, well, and if you looked at the analysis and you looked at the number of casualties all along the line, I did my own analysis. There was such a disproportionate amount of like men between like just say 25 and 40 or 50,
what a coincidence.
which statistically speaking means, come on, they'll call them terrorists.
Age men.
But you know how back in those days at least, I don't know if it continued, but you know how they were reporting casualties?
Yeah.
There was a Google, no joke, there was a Google form, and anyone that wants to report a martyr could do it. And basically, I reported a martyr called Hugh.
Google form.
I reported a martyr called Hugh just to see if that would pass muster. I didn't actually check back if he was listed amongst the casualties, but the point is a serious point, despite the frivolity there, which is that how could any serious journalist or anyone believe the numbers to begin with? And why are they now saying gotcha? Gotcha.
And I think this is all the wrong question.
Go on.
I think, you know the idiom, the anti-Semite doesn't accuse the Jew of stealing because he thinks he stole. He accuses the Jew of stealing to see him turn out his pockets. We're turning out our pockets. Yep. No, it wasn't 70,000. It was this and it was the F you, okay? Every single person that died in Gaza, Jewish, Israeli, non-Jewish, Muslim, whatever, is because of Hamas.
Yes.
Every single one. Because of October 7th, and because you didn't give them up when you could have, and because you hid in your tunnels instead of hiding your people in tunnels. So whether it's 70,000 or 700,000, every single one is on Hamas. And us turning out our pockets saying, no, 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 is the wrong answer. I'm sorry.
Shana, and now you're going to be quoted saying that 700,000 people died.
Quote me, bitch.
Piers Morgan's now going to...
Shoshana! What happened?
Sorry, Mom. Actually, my mom would say the same thing.
Absolutely. But no, I think you're right to the point that we always have to be on defense.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying. And no, it doesn't seem to me like the Iranian Islamic regime who've killed 40,000 people in 2 weeks.
They don't care.
They're on defense, right, Bellamy?
I'm bothered at the fact that we keep doing that to ourselves. I'm bothered at the fact that we all constantly keep having to hasbarize every single thing every 2 seconds. But at some point, I think what we need to realize is the real genocide is happening right now. Great. It's happening right now in real time. This is what's going on. And the world is too busy talking about, still to this day, I mean, no offense, Palestine, but you've had a moment. You've had like, take a break. And they keep saying, like, a free Palestine. There's a genocide happening
right now,
down to the fact that it's a real one where they're actually, the most disgusting part, that they're doing it to their own people. Like, okay? The people need to understand they're doing it to their own people.
Yes.
And to leave in such a barbaric way that there are people that have been shot whose skulls are like wide open. The videos of people in body bags, some of them weren't even, their pulse hadn't stopped and they're left there to die in hospitals.
In a bag.
Real hospitals, not a set. There's the BBC on the one side telling somebody to cry at action and laugh afterwards. They go, this is real. That's actually what's going on. But you're so indoctrinated and you've become so warped by this narrative that they're all living on, because Palestine needs to be free.
But you know what? The worst thing about it is that every time you see a report in the mainstream media about the numbers there, they say, after they say the numbers, we cannot independently verify those numbers. And you could with Gaza?
What, you mean that they're not quoting these Iranian regime hospital ministry?
Apparently, they cannot independently verify the numbers. But guess where apparently they didn't need to independently verify the numbers, when Hamas was giving them the numbers. And that's the sick hypocrisy of what's going on in the world, while Iranians are dying every single day. Oh, we have to pray, really have to pray for the end of this, for the intervention, for the end of this sick regime, which is funding so much of the evil that's going on in the world right now. But let's go back to the evil of Hamas, because recently President Trump says that we're going into phase 2. Ron Gvili's home, thank God. In this show, we prayed from the minute we set up this show every single week for the hostages to come home. And this is the first week we won't have to do that.
Amazing.
It's really amazing. But now that Ron Gvili has been buried in the dignified burial he deserved with his family, Trump says that we're jumping to phase 2 and that Hamas is going to disarm. Watch this.
They're going to give it up. They're going to give up the AK-47s.
A lot of people said they'll never disarm. Looks like they're going to disarm. Hamas has agreed to give up their weapons. They made an agreement that they were going to disarm. Hamas pledged, they swore that they were going to disarm.
لم يحصل في لحظة من اللحظات أن تكلمنا عن تسليم السلاح ولا عن أي صيغة لها علاقة بتدمير أو تسليح أو نزع سلاح وما إلى ذلك من قضايا. حماية مشروع المقاومة وسلاح المقاومة، هذا حق شعبنا في الدفاع عن نفسه. المقاومة والسلاح وشرف الأمة وعزها.
وسلاح سبب وجوده الاحتلال موجود، سيكون هذا السلاح موجودا. الاحتلال يعتدي علينا، سيكون هذا السلاح لقتاله والدفاع عن النفس. فكرة إنه تسليم السلاح هي فكرة لا تقبلها المقاومة.
Can a scorpion stop being a scorpion? Nope. No. So how's this going to play out? Let's just do fantasy football here for a second. How's this going to play out? So they're not going to disarm. Are they going to pretend they're giving up their AK-47s, but they're keeping their handguns? But apparently they're saying now that RPGs are defensive domestic weapons. RPGs.
Well, we just...
You go to see...
Me.
like, what's going to happen right now?
Oh, girl. We just destroyed a whole tunnel where there was like a whole cache. How do you say that?
Cache, I think.
Cache.
Thank you.
You don't speak French?
I don't speak French, no. Je ne parle pas français. A cache of weapons, RPGs and RPG launchers and da-da-da-da. And I'm like, it's like Macy's down there. You know, it's like they can just go shopping down there for these Macy's, whatever, Bloomingdale's, sorry. Maybe it's like... No, I don't think they're gonna disarm. It's like the whole idea of like the Iranian regime disarming. Like This is their life. This is their purpose.
This is their raison d'etre. Exactly.
Yes.
This is their raison d'etre. It's like the old, the old story of the turtle giving the scorpion a ride to the other side of the river. And he says, of course, I'm not going to bite you, because if I bite you, we both go down. And he bites him and they both go down. And the turtle says, well, why did you do that? He said, because I can't not be a scorpion. Yeah. This is Hamas. Yeah.
I mean, I love Daddy 47, but they're not going to disarm. Let's get real. They're not. What? I love Daddy 47.
Oh, Daddy 47.
They're not going to disarm. And I could blab on and talk in circles right up my tuchus, but they're not going to.
But I think Trump knows that. Meaning,
exactly.
What you have to, everything with Trump, you have to look at in the prism. He's a negotiator. Everything that he says is a negotiating position. He knows. He's not dumb. He wasn't born yesterday. He's a very, very good negotiator. Whatever you think about it. He knows. He's like a chess player, and everyone else is playing shesh-besh.
Yeah.
So he's already thinking a few moves ahead. He knows how Hamas, what's going to happen, how this is going to play out. Kind of like with Iran, what we were talking about before the show, where we can tell that it's just not going through the motions, but I'm going to do this, and they're going to do this, and then that's going to give us time to, to get more international support, if more international support is needed, and it's going to play out this way. So I wouldn't take him literally, like meaning it's not really a he said, she said. I mean, he knows Hamas aren't going to give up the weapons. They're going to be backed into a corner, and there might be, some more military action down.
But the military action is going to be left again to us.
I hope it's left up to us.
That's true. And at least if they don't disarm, we stay in that yellow line, which gives us more than 50% of Gaza, which means they lost if they didn't realize.
They need to lose, first of all. They have to lose territory. You can't go back to what was. It's not an option.
It's not defensible.
But I'm concerned because Trump doesn't have our worries, right? And he wants to play nice with Turkey, and he wants to play nice with Qatar, and he wants to play, he wants these people to come to the table. What is he going to give up that we're actually in the line of fire, not him? That's my worry.
Yeah.
It's not that I don't think he's smart or that he is not a good negotiator, but what matters to him isn't necessarily what matters to us. And that's my worry.
Absolutely.
Well, they opened up the Philadelphia corridor, and they opened that up for human traffic, not for goods and services. And they mainly opened it up for people to leave.
Right.
So I think that's actually funny, because they're basically saying, well, if you want to leave, this is your chance. Which, may give a lot of Gazans some opportunity at a better life somewhere else.
I hope so.
Why would you want to stay under these terrorists?
Yes. I agree.
Yes, but
that's
it. Yes, sums it up. And maybe on that note, but we should move over to the scumbag of the week. All right, everyone, a very popular segment. Are you all ready? Scumbag of the week. And every week I get so many wonderful messages from people saying, don't forget this one and don't forget that one. So we have always plenty to choose from. So Bellamy, who's your scumbag this week?
My scumbag for this week is the darling apologist, but mainly a product of Egyptian anti-Semitism, because it's something that never really truly leaves, and they do love slavery. Bassem Youssef, take a look.
What do you think about Erica Kirk?
Would I get sued?
Throw it in the pile. Of course you will.
I don't want to say anything that's controversial. She did it, but I don't want. She was on it. How can you believe a country that has a very lucrative history of false flags operation? When they created the state of Israel, they didn't know how to bring all of these Jewish people from the Arab countries. It was easy to bring them from Europe, but they didn't. But like Jewish people in Iraq and in Egypt and Morocco lived there for hundreds of years. 1951, Israel sends a Mossad agent, and then he leads 4 to 5 different bomb attacks on Jewish synagogues and Jewish communities.
You could just rewrite history.
People.
October 7th.
And yes, and that happened in Iraq. And then because of that, 150,000 Jews went in just like a year and a half to Israel. In 1994, the bombing of the Israeli embassy in London. 1 month after 9/11, which is the biggest false flag operation, in October
no, we did not 2001,
there was an attack of the Mexican parliament by 2 Mossad individuals, and they were also like being, they pretended to be Palestinians, but they were discovered before.
Pretended to be Palestinians. Except that this guy, let's not forget about it, is a comedian, a professional clown, right?
Well, that's how beautiful that. But that's what gets him off the hook every time, is to say, well, I'm a comedian. I can say, nothing's off limits.
Right.
No, that's what you actually believe. And let me say one thing to you. Turkey is great for hair plugs. Oh, you're receding at the point of exactly who you are. And Hashem does not like ugly.
Wow. I think Farakabad, he's actually vile. I don't understand why anybody invites him anywhere. And the fact that he basically throws out this thing that Jews were living in peace in these Arab countries. There was no Farhud in Iraq. There was no persecution of Jews anywhere. I mean, the guy, it's perfect for Candace. Yeah. And I really hope that Erica Kirk sues the hell out of both of them. I really do. It's just...
What a vile thing to say.
What a vile, horrible person. Well done. He's a fantastic scumbag. He might even be candidate for scumbag of 2026, but let's wait to see how the year...
He won 2024.
How the year rollout he did with 2024.
Anti-Semitism, whatever, of the year. And not anti-Semite.
Semite of the year. Okay, David.
Okay, so my scumbag of the week, I mean, some might roll their eyes at me for this.
I would never.
Never. You're not known for rolling your eyes. So it's Roger Waters. Yeah, I know what you're all thinking. Roger Waters is like the scumbag every week.
Every waking moment.
But he has a reason, and I do want to mention, by the way, I have to point out that I had to fight to have him scumbag of the week with your producer. Why? Because apparently he was mentioned last week. So Bellamy, you mentioned him, but that was because Piers Morgan was the hero of the week. And when I saw that, I was like, wow. Piers Morgan as the hero of the week, that's a really, but you know what, I found myself agreeing with you, and that shows how convincing you are. So, so Roger Waters, why is he the my scumbag of the week? Why is this week different from all other weeks? That's the question. Okay, so in the very same interview that you referenced last week, he actually was shilling for the Iranian regime, believe it or not.
He was.
Absolute shilling for the Iranian regime. He was basically saying that, they were actually protecting the protesters, stopping the shopkeepers from getting mobbed and looted. I mean, the gym, I didn't know he was such a good gymnast. The mental gymnastics that he was actually doing was insane.
Well, he's a drunk.
Well, we'll get to that.
All that fun.
See, Fleur always ruins my punchlines, but we'll get to that in a minute. Okay, no, it's okay. You're very, very quick. So basically what happened was then he came out. So there was obviously a lot of backlash because that's just like, come on, that's like even, the evil people in the world, there are some of them that are, well, wait a minute, I think you went too far with that one.
Honor amongst
dearly stupid, honor amongst thieves, exactly. So he came out with like an apology and let's just check it out.
To clear something up about the interview I did with Piers Morgan and about Iran. Okay, I misspoke. I apologize. I said I support the regime. What I support is the country of Iran, and I support its people's right to self-determination. So anything that can be done to dissuade the United States and Israel from starting a war with Iran, I would encourage. Do I like the Ayatollah Khomeini, whatever his name is? No, I don't. I can't stand the idea of any theocracy anywhere in the world, whether it's Iran or Israel or anywhere else.
Or a theocracy.
Okay, so I make myself clear, and I'm sorry if I hurt anybody's feelings. Do I still remember Mahsa Amini, who was killed by whoever it was back for the hijab laws and so on? Yeah, of course I do.
Could have been anyone.
She lives with me, and she always will. All
she lives with you?
So I'm with you, people of Iran. Do not become the 6th and 7th countries to be destroyed by the United States of America since November 2001, when they promised to do it. There's only you and Lebanon left.
What?
Okay, so what did you notice about that apology?
His dentures almost fell off.
Besides that, that's very good.
I think he's drunk.
No.
Okay.
No. So it was a non-apology. It was a non-apology.
It's actually, it's not just a non-apology. He's now, in a way, saying, okay, he's not a believer of the regime, like he does not believe in the Ayatollah, blah, blah, blah. But then he was actually full on shilling for, like he was doing it doing their job for them before. And now all of a sudden he needs their support. I'm going on in circles right now.
No, what he's saying is that America and Israel are the aggressive power. That's
Exactly. That is what it is. So, in other words, this so-called apology is just another excuse to bash America and Israel. I mean, he mentioned us like 2 or 3 times in that. I mean, if that was a drinking game, how many times he mentions US and Israel, I would say he was playing that drinking game.
Theocracy? Has he been here?
I mean, he just can't help himself. And the other thing, there was another thing that you might have noticed. It's something physically about him. You were...
Dentures?
Okay,
Drunk?
so he had a bit of a boo-boo on his forehead. Did you notice the boo-boo on his forehead?
What is that?
Boo-boo is like the word for...
I know what a boo-boo.
Oh, okay, so...
See, I raised 4 children.
Oh, yeah. So I think what happened was he got entangled with the wall, because I believe that this guy, as you mentioned, is drunk.
Oh, no,
this guy's
just...
Roger Waters is not playing with a full deck.
No,
but I'm telling you, he's playing with a full bottle.
Yes, I agree with that.
David! Very good, David.
And of course he was just blaming America. Like, that wasn't surprising.
The guy's nuts. He was speaking to a chair.
If you hate America, leave.
Yes.
I don't understand. But the simplest thing, if I didn't like one country at 17, I left.
Yes.
I don't think he knows where the exit is. He sniffles ground.
But if I...
It's sad. He can't get to the door. All right. Well, that is a fantastic. Thank you for reminding us, bringing him back and reminding us
again
how much, unfortunately, you're right. You know, and anybody who ever worked with him, by the way, has come out saying he's a despicable anti-Semite. He always was. He's a despicable person to work with. Sharon Osbourne is a hero. She says Ozzy hated him. Everybody hated him. The people in Pink Floyd hate him.
Well, David Gilmour, by the way, he follows me only because I promise you.
Oh,
he follows me, not because I'm fantastic, but because he understands. He wants the good goss on Roger Waters. He knows where to come.
Yes, exactly. So you've been talking about that for a while. Shoshana, who's your scumbag this week, dear?
My scumbag is Max Blumenthal. That's generally what I do when anyone mentions his name. I cannot stand this human sack of garbage.
Yes.
For being utterly obsessed with Israel, blaming Israel for everything. Kind of like that guy, by the way. Maybe that's your future, Max. Maybe just like start now. Just start drinking now, because that's what you're going to be.
Yeah.
Shows for Iran, says that... see, this is why I didn't want to do it, because I can't even talk. I can't even talk. It makes me so agitated. Shields for Iran says that the accounts aren't real, that they're being made up, that they know Israel did Gaza, and why someone's purpose is to undermine their own people. You claim to be Jewish, their own people, is beyond me. It's not even like, some people do it because like they really, I'm a fighter for justice and I don't undermine. I say this is a problem, we need to fix it. You don't want to fix problems. You just want to bring people down. And I want to tell you something. The whole Jewish world is reading about our leaving Egypt in these Torah portions these weeks. And what happened to the Jews who did this to their people in Egypt? They didn't come out.
Yeah.
They didn't come out.
Yeah.
They got taken with the Ayatollahs and the Paros of that time, and you, my friend, are not going to come out of this. This is you sinking yourself, not your people.
He's a disgusting piece of garbage, and he's a rape denier, because him and Aaron Matze, another crazy idiot, wrote an article a few months after October 7th saying that there was no sexual violence on October 7th. Now, of course, we all know that that's a lie because there's GoPro evidence. We also, Shoshana gave amazing prizes to women who unfortunately had to go and record and testify and write all this down and look at the forensics of the most disgusting, of the most violent sexual violence that ever was. And these two sacks of scum are basically saying it didn't happen. Okay, shake off. I haven't even started with mine.
Take some water.
This is only Shoshana's. All right, mine is a little less scumbaggy, but still quite a, he's a scumbag in a different way. Don Lemon. Now, Don Lemon is a previous CNN anchor who got fired for saying on air about a woman, well, she's not in her prime anymore. So let's start with the fact that he's a so-called progressive who also seems to be a bit of a misogynist. That's Don Lemon. He got fired from CNN for that. I think it was CNN. And then he basically goes around terrible anti-Israel propaganda, interviewing the biggest scumbags in the world, like that say horrible things about Israel. Of course, not saying anything quite bad or quite as bad about the Iranian Islamic regime. But the reason he's my scumbag this week is because now he's taken it upon himself in his own little platform to protest or to go along with the protesters against ICE, which is the police force that is throwing out the illegal immigrants. But what he did this week, to me, is unforgivable. He went in with a bunch of protesters into a church on Sunday in the middle of a church service. That's what he did. He went in. I mean, he says, I'm not a protester. I was just recording it. But no, he was really acting like an activist, because then he went and tried to interview the priest who kept saying to him, listen, I'm in the middle of a service. Leave me alone. And the thing we like the most on this show is a scumbag with a happy ending. He's been arrested. He is currently facing a few charges against disrupting church service, disrupting people's freedom of worship, which is exactly what he did. But Don Lemon, honestly, he claims to be a progressive, inclusive, and he is everything that we all hate about woke. He's dumb. He's uninformed. He doesn't want to be informed. And all he's done for the last few years is shill against Trump and shill against Israel. And now he gets arrested for essentially going against a peaceful Christian church in the middle of their prayers and interrupting them.
So he was arrested. So talk about turning lemons into lemonade.
Oh, Jamie, you're on fire today.
I'm going to be the scumbag of next
Don
week.
Lemon, you are not lemonade. We are lemonade now. You're my scumbag of the week.
Woke in the street and oppressed in the sheets.
Oh.
So back when he was still on CNN, and, you know, there was a split in the country with people that needed to wear masks, people that shouldn't wear masks. And he kept telling everybody in the country, if you're not vaccinated and if you don't wear a mask and you follow the guidelines, you are the person that's responsible for all the deaths that are taking place, only to then be seen with his white husband in Miami, Florida, maskless. Okay?
Oh, of course.
Amazing, because what are you doing in Florida where grandma and grandpa are dying?
Yes.
Okay, but he needed a vacation.
Well, it was a free state of Florida when people didn't have to wear masks.
Exactly. Good for you. But what he's done now is even more disgusting, because there's that separation of church and state with liberals that they don't understand. So now he'll bring it out and say it was freedom of speech. No. Separation of church and state. Yeah. You have to realize that you draw the line. If you want to be part of the protest, stay outside. Yeah. You wait for them to finish, you know, their service, and you can do whatever you want outside. Why did you go in? Exactly. And then you have Hanoi Jane Fonda protesting outside with her brand new hips, saying he is a professional journalist and this is a crime against him. Ma'am, after Vietnam, you should sit this one out.
Yeah.
Seriously.
It's just incredible.
I mean, look, religion seems to be, it's this open hunting season no matter what with these so-called progressives.
Yeah.
The rules don't apply. The
regressives.
Exactly.
The regressives.
Yeah.
And you know, and the most beautiful thing actually, as a man came out of church and they said, somebody else was interviewing, so said, what do you think about what happened? He said, we love everyone. I came with my son to pray. Yeah. I came with my son to pray for the Lord. The Lord is my boss, nobody else's. And they ruined that for me. And they said, well, what do you want to say to the protesters? I said, I want to say that I love everyone.
Wow. Beautiful.
Shut them down. They can't handle it. Unbelievable. Don Lemon, what a scumbag. Okay. Now we have to go to heroes, because we really have to cleanse our souls from all the bad energy and the evil people that there are walking around this earth. And so we start again with you, Bellamy. Who's your hero this week?
My hero is TikTok. Oh. And that takes a lot for me to say.
Hold
TikTok completely removed Shamu's account. Take a look.
TikTok deleted my account. I had 1.4 million followers there. I have been bullying that platform for 4 years now, but TikTok deleted it. It's not restricted as a vegan. No, it's banned forever. You cannot just hide the truth by doing all of these childish stuff, trying to impose your rules, saying that they are the community rules. No, they are the Zaire rules.
He just went to a famine, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you see the famine right there?
Yes.
But it was disgusting because in the video, she then shows Netanyahu speaking about social media and how we also need to be, going after anti-Semites online. So she's basically using the same trope that everybody else is using because now Oracle is the Dio owning TikTok, and now they're censoring everybody else. Listen, I try to post a video that was taken down in less than a minute. If they're censoring you, they're censoring me. So where's the issue?
Yeah.
Where's the issue? And I'm sorry, I'm so grateful because TikTok University did something right. All of these kids are getting information on TikTok. Unfortunately, that's just the truth.
Yeah.
They treat it as their Bible and whatever. When I was going to school, you used to have to go to a library and read.
Yes.
Your brain actually had to function.
Really?
No. But so this is a very good thing because it actually helps to keep bad information and propaganda off. This is huge. She has a massive voice on social media.
Well, now she doesn't.
It's very massive.
Very.
I mean, I think I know where Hamas. By the way, I know that's not politically correct, but this is not a politically correct show. I think we know where Hamas are hiding their weapons. Sorry, stop. No, can't say this. Sorry.
All right. Well, David, you're on fire today.
I'm on fire. You've encouraged me.
Who's your hero?
So you mentioned Candace Owens a bit.
Yes.
So actually, it's related to Candace Owens. Now, I don't actually know who is behind this, but a new X account has arisen from nowhere, and it's called Candace Owens Trying to Read.
Oh, yeah.
You have to check this out.
If you can't compartmentalize, then I don't see how you're going to be able to. We don't like them. We don't agree with the industries they went into. All of that can be true. But you have to be able to compartmentalize that when you are looking at a case. Right? It wasn't because people were just trying to delegitimize him. It's such a ridiculous way to try to delegitimize the research that we have done. So it was a philosophy class called Senior Sem, and he used to come in every day with a debacle, and he would ask us, I remember that whole debacle. This debacle with her earrings. The Hamptons debacle came up. The Brett Kavanaugh hearings and debacle involved in this entire debacle. 1,000 ways that you can honor Charlie. Stop telling us that it has to always be Miss Macabre, like we have to have the bloody might.
So that account has been established. It's brilliant. It's been established for one purpose, which is basically to show Candace Owens' very creative relationship with the English language. And what I love about it, I mean, it's amazing, and I'm a big believer in exposing anti-Semites, but I believe in doing it. I guess this is a bit of an Australian expression, so stop me if you don't understand what I mean. I don't believe in playing it with a straight bat, meaning if you take it so seriously, they actually take pride in that. Candace Owens won the Anti-Semite of the Year in 2024, whatever that award is.
Right.
I don't really believe in those awards, and she loved that because it was like a serious award. And look at me, and look at they're trying to silence me, and it sort of almost empowers her, like it gives her sort of something to hang her hat on. But when you start using mockery, what I've noticed, I'm not a psychologist and I can't explain it necessarily, but it just works.
Yeah.
It drives them crazy, and the more it drives them crazy, the more that they. It's sort of like if you have like a friend and they're angry and you say calm down to them, and you keep saying
they're not
down.
Great strategy.
So it's a similar thing.
Don't even present.
Because then it gives you more sort of ammunition. So I love that. The only objection I have to this account is I didn't think of it.
Yeah.
But then it's a hysterical account. I saw some of the videos. She just can't read in some places. And it just shows that she's actually dumb.
She's actually dumb.
She's ignorant. She's dumb.
Yeah.
She plays a good game, like a lot of people do. But ultimately, she's probably not very educated and just riding on this wave of whatever that she's on, or hate, because it's popular to be anti-Semitic.
Exactly.
And that's why all these idiots have so many followers. They don't understand that it's not about them. It's about the fact that they're hating on Jews, and that seems to be popular right now.
Yeah. Humor's a great way to go.
But anyway, thank God for humor.
Yeah.
Thank God. I've got a feeling that person may be Jewish.
I'm Jesse.
Because thank God that's what kept us going for 2,500 years in exile. Our humor.
Mark Ben Shapiro.
It might be the Daily Wire. But then Lyle, what's his name? Culpepper did a funny kind of reaction video to that, and he's also hilarious.
He's very good.
He's excellent, actually. So yeah, that's a great hero. We like that. We like satire.
We do.
It's the best way to bring people
Absolutely.
down. I completely agree with you. All right, Shoshana.
So I have a very different kind of hero this week, and it actually includes everyone here because the heroes I see, you mentioned, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, that every Israeli was basically ready to go into the bomb shelter to free the people of Iran.
Yeah.
And I can only tell you, myself, my friends, my kids, every single day, I'm thinking, where are my children? How far am I from getting them home? How long am I going to have, to get them when we are told that America does attack Iran? Because we already know, and the Ayatollah said it again today in Hebrew, that he will attack us. So every Israeli that's still going on with their day and also worrying about where they're going to be, where their kids are going to be, where their parents are going to be, where their friends are going to be, how they're going to get from one place to another. Are they going to travel? I'm supposed to travel. I don't know if I'm going to travel. It's a constant stress that we carry, and we carry mostly willingly, I would say, because we want to see the people of Iran freed. And I would like to just shout out to all of us to say, that's a beautiful thing. It's a really beautiful thing.
I think it's a wonderful thing. It says who we are as a people. That's what it says. Yeah. That we know who the evil is, and we're willing to take the hit for evil to disappear from the world.
And it's not an easy thing to carry. So we've just gone through 2 years of war. We need a break. And yet we're like, all right, well, we got to do what we got to do. And it's a wonderful resilience that I think we have. And so everyone.
Let's give ourselves a clap. Well done. And actually, that very nicely segues on to my hero this week. And I had a real privilege to have dinner with him. His name is Menashe Amir. Menashe Amir is a Persian-speaking man, Israeli broadcaster for over 40 years. He's 85 years old, 86 years old. He was, when Shoshana, myself, and Ateret and Emily organized the first protest ever in Israel for the women of Iran when it was a Women Life Freedom protest a few years back, way before October 7th. He came. Yeah. And last week I was in another protest in Holon, and he was there, and he's there in every protest. And he is actually the voice of Israel. He was the head of the Persian desk of Kol Israel, which was the Israel national broadcaster. And millions of people heard him and his commentary from Israel in Persian every day for years. Wow. During the Iran and Iraq war, he became a national treasure in Iran. Why? Because he would tell people in Iran where Iraq was going to attack, because the Iranian government didn't bother telling their people because they didn't want to cause panic. But he would hear the broadcasts in Arabic coming from Iraq in Israel, and he would then broadcast and warn people to move out of the way. This man, I bumped into another man in the protest who's not Jewish, married to a lovely Jewish woman. And he said to me, Flo, you have to understand, Menashe is a national treasure because we love him for giving pure news and commonsensical commentary in Persian coming from Israel. Every day, he's 86 years old. He has a YouTube channel every day. Wow. He has 50, 60,000 views. That's amazing. Every morning.
Wow. Amazing.
86 years old. And he invited me to his house to interview me, which he then translated into Persian. Wow. And then he made me dinner. Wow. The most delicious Persian food I have eaten in a long time. And we had such a wonderful night. And he is such a gem of a man, humble and smart and sharp as a whip. And again, this is an Israeli Persian man. His family had to leave Iran and then became a voice for all those voiceless people in Iran from Israel. Amazing. So Menashe Amir, I really appreciated our time together. I learned so much from him. He's given me a blow-by-blow account of what may happen in the next few weeks. And so far, he's proving to be correct at every move. And so you are a national treasure, not just for the Iranian people, but also for the Jewish people and the people of Israel.
Now, that's a real influencer.
Oh,
beautiful.
Oh,
that's a
he's
real...
the OG influencer. Beautiful. OG influencer. 60,000 people every day. He's 86 years old. It's amazing.
Goals, life goals.
Life goals. Okay, and on that wonderful note, for the first time in over 2 years, we don't have to pray for the return of.
It's incredible.
It is such an incredible moment. I didn't know whether we'd get here, honestly. There are other things to pray for. We need to see back the body of Eli Cohen that is still in Syria. There was a spy for Israel that did incredible work in helping us beat the people who started multiple wars against us.
There's actually one a young man's head is still in Gaza. I forgot his name, and I'm sorry, I should have prepared it. But his parents are actively asking the IDF to please bring it home.
To pray for that dignified burial. And we pray for the freedom of the innocent people of Iran. And we pray for peace and quiet in this region. What more can we do? Anyway, and we will see you next week. Thank you for watching.
And now, as Israel gets ready to celebrate the holiday of Sukkot, we learn more about one of our more ancient wines, produced in the heart of Israel. Shiloh Winery has mastered the art of winemaking, blending ancient techniques with cutting-edge technology. Let's take a look.
In the heart of Israel, the Shiloh region is not just a site of historical significance, but also a flourishing hub for viticulture. The winery draws inspiration from this rich history, crafting wines that embody the spirit of the region.
Shiloh dates back 3,000 years of growing vines and producing wine in this area. If you walk around the vineyards and the area here in Shiloh, you can find ancient wine presses that date back 2,000 and 3,000 years ago.
Shiloh Winery has mastered the art of winemaking, blending ancient techniques with cutting-edge technology. Their dedication to quality is evident in every step.
To make really amazing wine, everything starts from the grapes themselves and from the land. The better and the more effort that we put into the vineyards and into the grapes and into the vines, it makes the work at the winery that much easier.
This relentless pursuit of excellence ensures that Shiloh consistently produces some of the best wines in the region.
To make high-end wines, you need really good barrels. But to make it even better, you have to find the right kind of barrel for the right kind of wine. And finding that match is a big challenge. That's why we taste regularly all these wines. We experiment regularly with different kinds of barrels. We try to upgrade every single year.
Shiloh Winery offers an impressive range of wines, from robust reds to crisp whites and elegant rosés. Each bottle tells a story. Shiloh's dedication to excellence has not gone unnoticed. The winery has garnered numerous awards on the global stage.
All our wines we send to competitions year after year consistently. The wines are getting ratings in the 90s, from 90 to 96. We're very, very proud.
This year has been challenging for Israel, with the ongoing war affecting many. Despite these hardships, Shiloh Winery has remained resilient.
Last year's harvest was extremely challenging because the end of the harvest, the war already started, and most of our team were enlisted immediately, and we were left with a skeleton crew. We barely finished the harvest. We literally, some of the vineyards were harvested under fire, but when the going gets tough, the tough get going.
Beyond just producing wine, Shiloh Winery offers an immersive experience for visitors. Guests are invited to discover the full story behind every glass.
Petit Syrah, Merlot, my favorite, Cabernet Franc.
Shiloh Winery is more than just a producer of fine wines. It's a guardian of tradition, a beacon of innovation, and a destination for those seeking a deeper connection with the land and its history.
Here at Shiloh Winery, as people already know, we take things to the extreme. We try to make the best wines we can. When we built the new facility, we took all the experience of the past 18 years to do things that much better.
Visit Shiloh Winery, where every bottle is a journey through time.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Devo Klein, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all of the biggest headlines from across the region. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff has landed in Israel. From Ben Gurion Airport, Witkoff will continue to Jerusalem to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, IDF Chief Eyal Zamir, and Mossad Chief David Barnea. This meeting comes before Witkoff is scheduled to meet Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi in Turkey. A new report by Channel 12 says Israeli officials are due to elaborate on Israel's red lines when it comes to negotiating with Iran. The 3 clear no's include no nuclear weapons, no ballistic missile program, and no support for regional proxies. The report adds that Israeli officials also believe that the Iranian regime could be brought down through military strikes. But in the last hour, an Iranian source told Reuters that the regime is not interested in negotiating what they deem as their defense system, rhetoric the Islamic regime has used before to refer to their nuclear program. And the Rafah border crossing has now been open for 3 days, but today the traffic at the crossing is bilateral. An Egyptian border officer told AFP that a wave of injured Palestinians have been exiting the strip in ambulances and crossing into Egypt for treatment. All those who have crossed underwent security screenings. The reopening of Rafah is a key but mostly symbolic step in the Israel-Hamas ceasefire, with only limited daily movement prohibited and still no exception for the transfer of goods. The UN are facilitating with the transfer and reporting a healthy cooperation. Have a listen.
The limited reopening of the crossing allowed some patients and companions to exit directly into Egypt, while others transited through the Israeli-controlled Karim Abu Salam crossing. The World Health Organization tells us that the last medical evacuation through Rafah dates back to May of 2024.
So the UN are clearly involved in the operations at Rafah, but could this be a bigger problem? This morning, the IDF announced it located around 110 mortar shells hidden inside an UNRWA humanitarian aid bag. I'll say that once again. An UNRWA humanitarian aid bag was located by IDF troops during an operation to dismantle terror infrastructure near the Yellow Line. There they found mortars and rockets. You don't have to read between the lines to understand that these mortars and rockets have only one destination, and that is the homes of Israeli civilians. And the IDF has selected a new Arabic spokesperson. Muslim IDF officer Major Ella Waweya, also known as Captain Ella, will replace Colonel Avichai Adrai as the IDF's Arabic language spokesperson, taking charge of Arabic outreach across all platforms. The change comes as Adrai concludes roughly 2 decades in the role, with Captain Ella to assume responsibility for Arabic outreach across the platforms. She will be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel upon starting her new role, making her the highest-ranking Muslim officer in the military. And a shocking development for Israelis, the NCAG, the Palestinian Technocratic Committee set up to manage post-war Gaza, has quietly changed its public image, replacing its original logo with one nearly identical to that of the Palestinian Authority. The NCAG has updated its social media today with a new emblem featuring the PA's signature golden eagle, with the only change being the committee's acronym on the shield instead of the word Palestine. The move is seen as a modest attempt to link the committee to the PA, despite Israeli efforts to keep the PA away from post-war Gaza. Despite Prime Minister Netanyahu's opposition to any PA role, some representatives are already involved in operations at the Rafah crossing, and Israeli officials are now also confirming that this new logo, the new emblem of the NCAG, was not yet presented to Israeli officials and therefore will not be used in post-war Gaza or be affiliated with the NCAG. And before we go for now, we've got some exciting news. You can now get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel. That's breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code that's on your screen to join. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel and the heart of the Middle East. I'm Diva Klein, and thank you so much for watching.
Yeah, I moved to Israel. I made Aliyah almost a year and a half ago.
Wow.
Yeah, I was sitting on the beach with some friends in the summer of 2023, and I said, this is the place that I have to be. It's the place I'm the most authentic people, and I
gotta come home.
Nachon,
I'm coming
yes,
home.
exactly. And then I entered the Miss
Welcome.
Universe Israel pageant.
Now, how does, okay, sorry. I'm sorry. Hi, I moved to Israel. I'd like to join the Miss Universe pageant. Like that's not what I did when I came here. Welcome to the Jewish Matchmaker podcast on ILTV. I'm Eliza Ben Shalom, your host. And today I am speaking with Danielle Yablonka, Miss Herzliya, and first runner-up for the Miss Universe Israel 2025. She was focusing on the theme of transforming challenges into blessings. She is a
turning
25-year-old Jewish activist, entrepreneur, and fashion model based in Herzliya. She does.
Ooh, I'm based in Tel Aviv now.
Oh my gosh, this is all outdated. She's based in Tel Aviv now, and she uses her platform to advocate for Jewish pride, Jewish identity. She also actively shares content related to Israeli culture, events, national resilience, and she is the founder of DY Judaica, which you can see she's wearing.
Yeah.
Danielle,
Always.
welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I'm so happy to have you. And I want to
see
talk about who our matchmaker was and how I know you.
Yeah.
Nefesh B'Nefesh.
Nachon, yes.
They did an influencer program.
They did.
Right. You're the one in the room that's like this.
Yeah, I'm the 6-foot giant.
Yeah, yeah. And I walk around going, hi, hi.
You and all the guys in Tel Aviv.
Yeah. And I met you and I was like, who is she? Where is she from? What is her story?
Opa.
So take us back. What's your story? How'd you get to Israel? Who are you? What is
am
this?
I?
I mean, like a pageant for real? Like
Yeah.
you were in a real, are you like a pageant girl? Did you grow up doing this since you were like 5 years old?
No, never. It's really a crazy story, and I'll give you the super speed, the snip snap, the TikTok version.
She's working on her Hebrew, everybody.
Yeah,
TikTok.
I'm working. But I grew up, born and raised in Miami. I've always loved being Jewish my entire life, and I've somehow made it my entire personality and career. I started as an artist, and I painted about Holocaust remembrance, education. My grandparents were Holocaust survivors, and in high school, it transformed in activism, college activism, social media, and here we are since October 7th. My modeling career has basically died because of my open Zionism online. And
We need you to be an Israeli model.
Can.
No?
Any Israeli brand listening, I'm ready to work for you.
Rak be'anglit. Only in English, though.
Yes.
She's working on her Hebrew.
Yeah. Don't worry. It's just the accent I'm good at. And so that's a little bit about me. And then I moved to Israel. I made Aliyah almost a year and a half ago.
Wow.
Yeah. I was sitting on the beach with some friends in the summer of 2023. And I said, this is the place that I have to be. It's the place I'm the most authentic people. And I
gotta come home.
Nachon,
I'm coming
yes,
home.
exactly. And on October 7th, after October 7th, I had a flight booked. And it got canceled, and I said, now more than ever, I need to come home.
Wow.
So I made Aliyah in
When?
September of last year, September
August, September
Yeah.
2024.
2024. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And
So you're a newbie.
Yeah, and then I entered the Miss
Welcome.
Universe Israel pageant.
Now, how does, okay, sorry. I'm sorry. Hi, I moved to Israel. I'd like to join the Miss Universe pageant. Like that's not what I did when I came here. How did you do that?
It's really crazy. Miss Universe Israel stopped happening in Israel. I don't know why. They just stopped doing it as a state-funded pageantry altogether. And then a Miami production company picked up the title, and I saw someone else do it, and I said, Denny Bergman. I saw Denny Bergman run for Miss Israel, who was on your Jewish matchmaking.
She ran for...
She was Miss Tel Aviv in 2024. I know. And I was
missed
like,
that. I totally
if
missed
that
that.
Danny's going to do it, this Danny's going to do it too. So I applied right away. And
gosh.
I was Miss Herzliya 2025. I ran, and I came in first runner-up for Miss Universe Israel.
Oh my
God willing, next year.
gosh. So you're going to do it again. So you're continuing. You're like, that was fun.
I'm ready to be Miss Tel Aviv.
Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
This is... So tell us a little bit. Come on, you got to give us insight into pageant life. Is it really what we all think it is? Like everybody walks around and it's like, oh, please do my makeup, my hair, put yourself together.
Listen, these girls are intelligent, strong women. I watched Miss Congeniality right before the pageant. I was like, I gotta get in the mindset, and it's just like that. It is just like that movie. These girls are intelligent, they're beautiful, and I think if you're running to represent your country, you love your country, and I love being surrounded by like-minded, passionate individuals, and that's what pageantry is all about. I definitely went into it with that mindset, oh, everyone's just going to be like, but they weren't. They were really
Okay, I'm putting it out there. I want to host. I want to be one of the hosts.
That would be
I want to
so
go around.
awesome.
I want to interview everybody. I want to talk to them.
Yes.
Anybody who's single, I want to make sure everybody in the world knows who the single ones are so that we can set them up.
Yes.
Okay, can we lean into that with
We'll
you?
definitely lean into it.
No, right now.
Oh, let's do it. Newly single, ready to.
You're newly single.
Yeah. Don't
Single and ready to mingle.
I am.
You are.
5-6 months now.
5-6 months. And are you feeling grounded in Israel and like you could integrate dating and love and relationships?
I think I have. I think I have been. It's funny. I tell people I was in a relationship for a year and it helped me grow. It helped me get through October 7th, helped him grow through October 7th. And once we both reached a point of healing, we started growing in different directions. And
sometimes, by the way, there's a trauma bond that happens with relationships. So whether it's something like October 7th or something else personal in somebody's life where they're going through a trauma or something really intense, there is this like bond that happens. And then the question is, but are there real values behind it? Is there the potential for a long-term relationship or do we just have this trauma bond that brought us together, but it's not going to be the thing that keeps us together?
I always say Hashem brought us together in the perfect moment because I needed him the most and I think he needed me too. And it was a beautiful year together. And then we broke up and I went to run for Miss Universe Israel, which I didn't win. And I came back to Israel in July and I was just like, who am I? I'm alone. I'm single in this new country.
So who are you?
Who am I? I'm still figuring that out. I think I'm still figuring that out. I'm a almost 25-year-old passionate artist, activist. Am I allowed to say badass?
You just did. Oops.
Oopsie beep. But I think I have a lot to offer, and I'm in a transition right now, and I'm loving it. I'm really getting to know myself and dating.
And Judaism-wise, where do you fit in? There's no box, but just tell us your flavor of Judaism.
I love this. No, that's a fantastic question. No box, but I think I don't know who can see me or who's just listening, but I'm wearing like a mini skirt and boots. But I keep Shabbat now. I make challah every Friday. I've started a challah movement, I'm going to call it.
Ooh.
And I share my recipe, and people have been sending me pictures.
I have a really good recipe. I can share it with you. Somebody told me once that my challah tasted like Eretz Yisrael. When I was in Philly, and I was like, you can come back to my Shabbos table and have challah anytime if you say that it tastes like Eretz Yisrael.
Send me the recipe. Okay? But I got people sending me DMs, trying it with their kids, the challah recipe, and that has been giving me so much happiness. And I'm really diving in. I go to shul every Friday and Saturday. I don't go on my phone. I wouldn't say I'm Shomer Shabbos if my future husband is listening because I still watch TV and
you go in the box of like Flexodox, traditional. I love my Judaism. I'm living pieces of my Judaism, and I'm not like...
Yeah, I'm kosher style. I do it not because I'm worried about it being kosher. I do it because it connects me to my Judaism. It's my tradition. It makes me feel closer to the rules.
And there's so many options here.
There really are. There really are.
You live in Israel, and the whole kosher world opens up. You're like, in America, there's nothing to eat, and where can I go? And all the countries, across the globe, you like go to like the one kosher restaurant, which is usually like a falafel shop, right?
Yeah,
and that's it. Here it's
everything.
Anything. Oh my gosh.
It's wonderful. It's really wonderful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Personality-wise, obviously, you've got personality, you've got pop, you've got sparkle. What kind of a guy do you need? Does he have to match your energy and you need to be the power couple? Is it cool if he's like the strong, like behind the scenes kind of guy? Like, what's a vibe for you?
What's a vibe?
Yeah, you're like, we gotta get into this.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you.
I want to make your match.
Yes, yalla, I'm gonna tell you.
Actually, I want you, the audience. I want you to make her match. Just call me. I'll set it up.
Oh, okay, you guys. So it's funny. My first serious boyfriend was like this Persian, Israeli, tough, if I had a flat tire, he was there. He was for 2 years we dated. We were together, loved him. And then I went to like this not Jewish frat boy for a little bit. And then I went to this Ukrainian soldier boy, an Israeli who's sweet and kind and all the good things. So I always say I don't have a type. I love Mizrahi. I like Ashkenazi. Anything
in between.
I'm 6 feet tall. I'm 181 centimeters. So I don't mind someone being my height. I don't need someone who's 6'7". I really don't.
Okay.
But I would like someone who's confident in their height. I want someone who cares about me and has passions and is driven and is inspired by what I do and wants me to continue growing and doing my own thing, and I want them to have their own thing. And that's all I want.
So they need to have something they're excited about, something they're passionate about, something that lights them up on the inside.
100%.
Okay, and he has to be confident, because even if he's 6 feet, if you're wearing heels, you're still going to be taller, and you're cool with that?
I am. I'm totally cool with that.
I mean, can I tell you?
Please.
We had a big hot debate online. It kind of went viral, and I got a little bit, I don't want to say in trouble, but like I got a lot of pushback, where people were not so happy. So this is what I said. If a woman is like 4'11", and a guy is like 6'3", I'm not going to make that match. Now, what didn't I say? I did not say that match shouldn't be made. I basically said, like, save the tall guys for the
Danielle.
tall girls. Yeah, save the tall guys for Danielle, because she doesn't have many options. And to set her up with a guy who's like 5'2", is not, and I don't do, you're good that you do the centimeters. I didn't convert over yet. But anyway, like, to set her up with a guy who's a foot, we're still in the not metric system. Anyway.
6 foot is 180 centimeters.
Yeah, so 5 foot, like, to set you up with somebody that's so much shorter. Shorter, I don't mind a couple inches here, there, fine, whatever.
Me either.
And whoever's comfortable. I saw one woman, this also went viral online. She said that she was about 5 inches taller than her husband. It was massive. You saw them next to each other. There was a full head difference between them, and he was shorter. And she's like, but that's my husband. And he's like, I don't mind. And she's like, I don't mind. And everybody's like, that's awesome. But we have, like...
To be honest with you,
we're short people.
I'm terrified of super tall people, because I'm so tall. And if someone else is so much taller than me, I've gone my whole life being so tall, to be next to someone who's 6'7", let's say, I'm feeling very small. I was always scared.
So you like being tall.
I love being tall.
Because you're used to it. That's normal for you.
And my mother always said to me, Danielle, her best friend is a tall woman, and she married a tall guy, and they have 2 sons, and both sons are like 6'9" and 6'8". Like, they're huge. Not just like tall, they're huge football players. My mom said, imagine if she had a girl. And I said, you're right. So I always go by that. I'm like, I can't marry someone that tall. I can't. It wouldn't be fair to a daughter if I had a daughter. I love my height, but
you're doing a favor for the gene pool, and you're trying to even it out. So some people said that. They're like, listen, if a woman's tall, so marry a guy that's a little shorter, and you'll like even out the gene pool a little bit. Listen, I just want a match to be made. I think it's hard enough to make a match that it isn't really about height. But I do visually like things to have some proportion to them. In the same way I like a face match. Like, you see those couples together, and they like look alike. You know, when people also do, they do photos with their dogs, and they look alike.
I think everyone looks like their dog. So
I don't know why that is. It's really true. Our dogs look like my husband.
I'm telling you. Yes.
So cute. So cute. Anyway, it just... I like to see couples, but I like to see good couples, and good couples are always based on values and what type of a life and lifestyle you want to lead. Like, you wouldn't be compatible with somebody that's like, listen, I'm going to go back to Miami. That's where I want to be. You're like, no. Not only did my body move here, but my heart moved here. I am in Israel. I want to live here. If you want to live anywhere else in the world, I don't care how tall you are. I don't care what your other values are. We're not a good match. And if somebody said, like, love God, but I'm not doing anything about my Judaism, also wouldn't be a good match for you. We need somebody who's like, I love God. I want my
husband who can make
Judaism and can do something within my Judaism. So I think all those things are important. What else? They need to have their passion. You need to have your passion age-wise. Now listen. Wait, I'm going to dig in here for a minute and just tell you. In the way that I like, the height thing kind of like irks me a little. The age thing irks me less, and other people freak out. Okay? So in both directions. Sometimes I've set up a couple, the woman was 7 years older than the man. Okay? Right. Yeah. You were like, okay, people freak out, like, what? How could that be? I'm like, well, what? We're breaking social norms. Same way you don't care about the height thing, so the age thing is a thing. Also, if the man is older. So my husband's 10.5 years older than I am, if we're like getting nitty gritty about it. And it means that there's an age gap. There's sometimes some references,
but now you're like, mentally on the same.
He's like, I don't know if that's your generation, sweetheart. I'm like, I don't know either. but I think that when neshamas and souls actually connect, wow, the things that can happen. And age, I have more flex. You know, if it's 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 12 years, okay, even up to 15 years, which is not my favorite unless both sides are like really okay. Yeah, I know you're rolling. See, that's what happens. People start to roll their eyes. And I had one woman say, my husband's 25 years older than me. And I was like, right.
That's a lot.
Okay. So I said the same thing. I was like, okay. So at that point, you know, if somebody's got to draw a line, I'm like, wow. She goes, yeah, but that's my beshert. I get to choose that. And I was like,
period.
I was like,
so that I respect.
Mic drop. You're right.
Period.
Right,
Yes.
right. If that's who you want and they want you and everything's great, fine. But I do like it to be within a range. And
I agree.
If it can be closer, great also.
I would always say the thing is, I have a 23-year-old brother and I have a 45-year-old brother. So my mom, I know she got remarried, had two. She says she had her own grandchildren. So like I do have the older brothers. I do think my little brother and I are more mature because all of our cousins are like in their late 30s and 40s. Yeah. So I always said I would never date someone who's younger than my brother. That's so gross. And then my ex-boyfriend was 21 and I was 24. So I mean, that's not a huge age gap.
No, but it is at that age because, I mean, it depends. Look, if they're Israeli, they mature up faster. They go to the army. He
went to the army. He went to war.
Life and death. You're dealing with things that American and other kids around the world aren't dealing with maybe ever in their lifetime. Yeah. And that happens to you at such a young age. So there is a certain mental maturity that like you're 21, but really you've lived life like a 28, 30-year-old.
Absolutely.
So
I said he lost his leg in Gaza, so I said you lose a leg, you gain 5 years in wisdom.
You only gave him 5 years for a leg? I give him 10.
No, 5.
He's still a man.
He's still a man.
At 21. Okay.
Wonderful human. But yeah, moving forward, I think my age gap is definitely 27 to 35. I know that's really specific because I'm questioning because when I see 35-year-olds on the dating apps, they don't look 35. They look a little older. And
27 to 35 if he looks young, parentheses.
Yeah. I don't mind a guy looking older. I just think I'm still pretty young and I don't need to be with someone so seasoned. I think I have some spirit and spunk, so I'd love to be with someone that can match my energy level.
Yeah. It sounds like it's more about the energy and maybe a youthful appearance than the chronological age.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so we got the age. We got a little bit of the Judaism flavor. Got to be somebody who's living and loving the Holy Land. Is there any specific spot in Israel
Tel Aviv.
that really? And like, wait, sorry, raising kids here, or this is like live your young life here and then get married, have a family, and shift?
I haven't thought about that far, but when I do think about realistically having a family, I lived in Rishon LeZion here for 8 months, and I lived in Herzliya for 3-4 months, and now in Tel Aviv, and I'm nannying here in Tel Aviv, and I see kids growing up. It's beautiful. It's happy. I also have family that grew up in the kibbutzim and moshav, and they have such a beautiful childhood. So I'm open to that.
You're flexible.
Yeah, Jerusalem, not my place, not my vibe. I love it for a day, but I love the Tel Aviv. I love Herzliya, Rishon, just the people, the
I also just want to call out, you said that you've been nannying in Tel Aviv, right? So people are like, oh my gosh, she's Miss Herzliya, Miss Universe to me, right? And you've been nannying. I was doing that, by the way, before I got married.
Amazing.
And I just met somebody who showed me a photo, and she goes, oh my gosh, look, this is my cousin. Do you know who that is? And I was like, yes!
You babysat that?
I
so
babysat
cute.
her, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is like 25 years ago.
That's
it was
crazy.
Like more, almost 30 years ago.
That's when I see the kids I nannied for in Palm Beach, I was like, I'm now on Instagram. Oh my God, I'm so old.
They
that's
grew
crazy.
up. They all grew up.
Crazy.
But you're nannying for
I'm
some
nannying.
kids.
I do nails. I am a graphic designer for funsies. Just anything I can do, for funsies. I gotta make money. Always, and I obviously have my jewelry brand.
So let's dig into that. Tell me about your jewelry brand. I see you're wearing a gorgeous necklace.
Yes, it's a Spanish Inquisition necklace because Jews had to hide their Judaism.
Wait, I have Spanish
heritage
on my mom's side.
So you need one. It's a
do.
Spanish Inquisition necklace. They created these butterfly necklaces that were magnets, and in public they'd open them, and then they would kind of disguise their Judaism. And in private,
is this magnetic?
It is a magnet, and in private it closes, so they
oh
could
my
kind
gosh,
of.
it just turned into a star.
Yeah.
Wait, pull it apart again.
It's like also a really great fidget toy. And I just came out with a new one for men and women.
It's gorgeous.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
Yes. So I, in high school, always wore my Judaica from Israel, and everyone would say, like, Danielle, where's your star from? And I would say Israel. And I realized not everyone can just fly to Israel and go to Jerusalem, the Shuk, and get some jewelry. And everyone told me, you have to start a line. You have to start a line. So after college, I went in my savings and I launched my own Jewish jewelry brand. And a week later, October 7th happened. Wow. And I ended up donating pretty much 90% of my profit to Israel. And
oh my gosh.
Yeah, and I closed it down, focused fully on Hasbara, which is Israel advocacy. And now I relaunched my brand 9 months ago. And I'm loving it. I love seeing people wear it. I love Jewish
pride. So you have
pride.
necklaces like this that are
so
like
many
they convert and they transition.
Yeah.
You have bracelets, rings,
hand chains, rings. Yeah, mostly
and it's all like
earrings.
Jewish pride.
It's all Jewish pride Judaica. And Bizrat Hashem, God willing, the reason I didn't name it DY Jewelry is because I wanted to become Judaica. I want to start creating more Shabbos sets and Chanukah sets, Pesach, whatever. I want to expand.
So it's beyond jewelry. It's really something that's deep rooted within
I have a vision.
Judaica, your Judaism, and living a Jewish life, not just proudly living on you, but like having those things.
I want everyone to be able to access it. Yes.
I love this. And you ship everywhere, I
Everywhere,
assume?
worldwide, guys. Support this one-woman business.
She's not just Miss Herzliya. She's not just single and
She's
available.
She's a nail lady. She's
she
a
does
babysitter.
Nails and nannying and jewelry, and you're so
Yes.
versatile. And you're an influencer, because that's how we met. We started out like you in the influencer world. So Hasbara, advocacy, Israel, what else do you lean into, and how do you empower, motivate? Like, for me, my Jewish matchmaker, I like kind of accidentally became an influencer.
Awesome.
And just support the Jewish people. But I do everything through a love relationships lens and not through, fighting, right?
Yeah.
It comes from just a place of bringing people together.
Yeah.
And that's my advocacy, Jews hanging out with other Jews, marrying other Jews, having singles parties and events and setting people up and those things. But what's the angle that you come from?
So for me, I think my unique angle is that I'm young and I wouldn't say just graduated college anymore, but I had just graduated college in 2023. So coming into the Jewish advocacy space, this is all pre-October 7th, it was pretty niche to be able to have a student perspective. And since I was so involved in Israel advocacy throughout college and student government and whatnot, I was able to have the connections all over the country. And I worked with Hillel International and their Israel Leadership Network. And I mentor college students on being advocates online and social media.
Through this network, you are a mentor.
Yes.
You give them the understanding and the ability to speak up for themselves.
And I'm able to connect with them on a Gen Z level. I'm able to talk
Something
about
that
editing.
I can too.
I mean, no, and yes, no. But it's cool. I feel like I always call myself in the group chat, love your Zionist big sister, because I don't have a sister. I have all brothers. So I want to be, I always BBYO, Jewish Youth Group growing up, I always had girls who,
I was in BBYO. I was president of Hillel, social chair of Hillel. I got it. I got all my Jewish badges.
Exactly. BBYO is like my start, my core. So I always had an older sister figure who was always looking out for me and picked me up every week because my parents were working and taking me to meetings every week. It sounds like I'm going to AA, but it's Jewish AA.
It's just a social event where we hang out, eat some food.
And make future Jewish babies. No, God, no. Oh, my God.
Not at the young movement.
No. But I want to be that for college students. I want to be able to say, Danielle really helped me edit this video. Danielle amplified this. Since the war started, we were able to get people fired for their nasty, disgusting anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. I'm helping students go viral, helping connect them to the news. That's my angle that I always say, if I don't know someone, I know someone who knows someone. And that's what one of my girl mentors taught me from Stand With Us in high school.
That's such a matchmaker thing to say.
Yeah,
I
love it.
Always.
And I always want people, I want to connect people.
Yeah.
I want to connect people. I'm a people person.
Yeah.
So I think that's my angle.
That's gorgeous. I love it.
thank you.
I love the activism. I love the energy.
Thank
I
you.
love that you're a jack of all trades and like a mini master of many.
Thank you.
Right? Like I feel like you're
I'm
not
called the contractor of my apartment.
Yeah.
I'm the man of my apartment.
Yeah, you just pull a whole bunch of different things together that make sense to you, that feel right, and that you also have different interests, right? Like,
Yeah, I do.
Happy to work with kids, happy to work with jewelry line,
Yes.
happy to work with advocacy,
Yes.
happy to be an influencer online.
But don't take me camping.
Oh, there we have it.
There we have it. There's the ball drop.
Boom. Mic drop. You can take me to a runway. I'll be Miss Herzliya.
Love
but
a runway.
No camping. Glamping. How about glamping?
Ugh, everyone always says glamping. I mean, I'll
Does
pretend
it-
I like it as
No,
long as
no,
it's
no.
like really glamorous.
No. Okay.
No.
So just so that we're very clear for
Yes,
anybody that's keeping an eye
please.
out for you, if he is one of those earthy, crunchy, yeah, it's not going to work.
If he plays a
This-
guitar, the answer is no.
Oh, that is such a good insight because that you should open your profile with that. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. So many people feel the opposite. Like, oh, wow, if he plays a guitar, that's my kind of man.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, immediate no.
Okay, that's how you're starting it.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Danielle.
You're funny because my entire Hinge profile is like, I'm 180 centimeters. Yes, I'm 180 centimeters. No, I don't want a short king. Thank you. And everyone's swiping on me 5'7", 5'6", 5'4". I swear Israelis don't read. They just swipe.
Yeah. So you need to put only need apply if you're above
180 centimeters. Yes.
Or just slightly.
Yeah, like
okay, they lie
179.
anyway. They're going to be under it.
Nachon,
But
it's
so
true.
fine. If you're above 180 centimeters and you do not, with N-O-T in capital letters, play the guitar.
You could be for me.
Yes.
Listen, I gave
Yes.
shorter guys a try, which I'd never done when
Yeah.
I'd first become single here. I, by the way, was thinking about writing a book called 50 First Dates in Tel Aviv because I have been going on dates.
I'm going to give you an endorsement for it when you're writing the
Yalla.
book.
Okay, we're going to
Yalla,
talk
let's
about it
talk.
after this.
You got it.
But I went out on a date with a short guy. One sent me a 3-paragraph message the next day. He was Shomer Nagia and everything. We met at shul. He memorized my number. I was like, oh, this is amazing. Went on our date. I thought it was nice. The next day I woke up to a 4-paragraph message on like the next steps on our dating and like I'll decide next date if we're still going to be Shomer Nagia and like this is how we'll proceed.
Okay, so he's a spreadsheet human. I
Oh,
have
my
these
Lord.
Yeah. I have these kinds of guys and women also. They're spreadsheet humans. So also if you're a spreadsheet human, only
I
spreadsheet
need a
humans.
spreadsheet human.
No,
Numbers
but
aren't my friend. But don't send me a 4-paragraph message planning our next 4 dates. It was terrifying. So that was a no. Lovely, lovely guy. And then the other one stood me up. So I'm not going to date someone shorter than me. I decided. So
funny
that's
that
it.
he stood you up.
Yeah. I was just too threatening, you know.
I could talk to you all day.
Oh,
I
yeah.
absolutely adore you. How can people find you online if they want to
Please.
reach out either A for dating to you or me and also jewelry wise if they want to connect?
Yeah, my jewelry page is DY Judaica, and you can just find it at www.dyyjudaica.com, or you can find me on Instagram at Danielle Yablonka. That's DANIELLE Yablonka, YABLONKA. Okay, baby. Okay.
You got it. Fantastic. I absolutely
I love you
adored
too.
this conversation.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about the
50
book.
First
that you're
Dates.
You got it. 50 First
Guys,
Dates.
I have some crazy stories.
And to our listeners, thank you so much for joining the Jewish Matchmaker podcast on ILTV. I'm Eliza Ben Shalom, and until next time, matches make families, families make communities, and communities change the world.
Now, with U.S. warships moving toward Iran and President Trump openly warning of military action, but also making a reference to a possible deal, questions are growing over whether diplomacy still has a chance. Joining us now to break this down is Dr. Mordechai Kedar, Middle East expert from Bar-Ilan University. Thank you for joining.
Pleasure.
So President Trump publicly commented about giving Iran a deadline to strike a deal, while also moving a large armada of U.S. warships toward the region. What kind of deal are we talking about here? Is it only about nuclear enrichment, or are there other elements on the table? What do you think?
Well, history shows that the Iranians are abiding to demands which come upon them from other countries only when they feel a credible threat. Only then they succumb to the demands of countries like the United States of America. And apparently what Trump is building here is a credible threat. Means a threat if you, the guys, means the Iranians, if you don't do what I tell you to do, you will suffer tremendously. And he is preparing this suffering. So there is a chance that they will succumb, they will give up on the nuclear program, or at least they will agree to freeze it. They might even free political prisoners, means those kids who were caught and arrested during the riots like in the last month. And definitely they will try to buy time in order to bring Trump to the midterm elections in November, when he cannot start a war because he will lose the majority in the Congress or in the Senate as well. So this is what they will try, as always, to buy time and to gain whatever they need by buying time.
Now, would you say Israel and the United States are aligned on Iran? Meaning, is there a deal that would be acceptable to the U.S. but not to Israel?
Of course. If the United States comes to a deal with the Iranian regime, and the Iranian regime remains as the ruling elite of Iran, this is something which Israel might not tolerate, because the problem is not only their missile program and the nuclear program. The problem is the regime, because this regime will always try to get nuclear weapons. This regime will always try to renew its arsenal of missiles. And if it will not be in Trump's time, it will be in his successor time. And they have patience. In the Quran, there is a verse which says that Allah is with those who have patience. And they have a lot of patience, those Shia. They waited to the returning of the Shia to the government more than 1,000 years, since the 7th century. So, yes, their terms of time are totally different from the Western culture. They can wait for 20 years, 100 years. It's okay, they can wait. They ain't going anywhere. And this is their mindset, which the world unfortunately doesn't understand. They have to be kicked out totally. They have to be chased out until the end of the mullahs from Iran. Maybe bring back Reza Shah from the United States or somebody else. Dismantle Iran to ethnic states like a Kurdish state and the Azerbaijani state. Maybe they will join Azerbaijan, which once was under the Soviet Union. Turkmenistan or Turkmen state, Baluchi state, and the Arab state in the Ahwaz. And these are the ethnicities which Iran is comprised of. And this is the only solution which will bring some peace to these regions of Iran.
Now, how do you assess Iran's internal stability right now, following all the protests and the extremely aggressive crackdown and the killings?
Well, as long as the regime is there, they will continue to butcher their people, because they don't care about anyone in the people, especially those who are running in the streets demanding the removal of the regime. So if the world tolerates it, let the world bear consequences, because if they don't care about their own citizens, they don't care about anybody else. Because why should they care for others if they don't care for their own citizens? They might, in order to convince Britain to do all kinds of things, they might threaten Britain that they will send some missiles towards London. And what will London do? And they might threaten France and other countries as well. And missiles are not, and nuclear weapons are not only the problem of Israel.
Dr. Mordechai Kedar, thank you very much.
Your pleasure.
As we head into the weekend here in Israel, one question on everyone's mind is, will the United States strike the Islamic Republic of Iran? And if so, will Iran strike back at Israel? As tensions rise and the U.S. warships take position in the Middle East, Israel and the region remain on high alert. Joining us now to discuss the latest updates and the situation inside of Iran following the massacre of thousands of protesters is Iran expert at the Institute for National Security Studies, Ben Sabti, and CEO and founder of the Israel Defense and Security Forum, Brigadier General Amir Avivi. Thank you both for joining us today.
Hi, thank you.
Emil,
thank you very much.
Emil, let's start with you. For the past 2 weeks, every weekend, Israelis and Iranians have been anticipating that the strike will happen. So everyone really wants to know, how likely is it that the United States will strike Iran this weekend? And after President Trump promised, of course, that help was on the way, what are the calculations for the delay?
Well, I think there are several considerations of the U.S. government, of the president. One thing is it's a very complicated plan, because this is not just about attacking a military site or a nuclear site. This is about the goal to bring down the regime. And to do so, it's a completely different kind of planning. You have to plan how you deal with the leadership, how you deal with the centers of government, with the media, with Basil forces, with the Revolutionary Guards. How do you weaponize the people of Iran? How do you mobilize them? This is not the kind of war the U.S. has been preparing for many, many years. So just looking at it from a planning point of view, this is a very, very complicated issue. Then you have to amass the forces. And the U.S. have been amassing them in the last months. And also you have to train. And we see they are training now. And as all this is happening, there is international considerations. President Trump needs to build legitimacy globally. It was focused in the last week in Davos. He was building this peace body for not only for Gaza, but a kind of new UN. So there are many things going on which affect the timetable in which the US will strike. So it's very, very difficult to predict a clear timetable. Because of all these considerations, it will be really like betting, in the casino. I don't know, but I think that the main issue is that while the U.S. is making all these preparations and we're waiting for a U.S. strike, 2 other scenarios might happen before. One is a preemptive Iranian attack, which is very, very dangerous. And the Israeli government has been threatening Iran again and again in the last 2 weeks. Even yesterday, the Prime Minister addressed it again and warned Iran from an attack on Israel. And the Iranians are considering this attack, and they're training for it, and they're enhancing their readiness. It's not a good scenario.
So I would
like to see a preemptive.
Yeah, so I want to turn to Benny now and also ask, Iranians are still in a digital blackout. But what we have seen coming out of Iran, the videos, the testimonies, really horrific, thousands killed, many more wounded, arrested, daily executions. From what you know, what is the status today of the protests and of the Iranian people, and also the status of the regime?
Yes, so there are no protests today in Iran for this last week since the big depression and the big massacre that was there. Some claim that there were 20,000 casualties, some say it was 40,000 and maybe more. But the number is huge, really. And about 400,000 wounded people. This is also a huge number. It means that maybe 4 or 5 million people were out there if we have 400,000 wounded. Maybe this is the more important number even to understand the protests that were there. But today there is no protest. What we have today is the influence, the effect of the protests and the threats of President Trump and the forces that are coming to Persian Gulf. The economy is collapsing and collapsing. The inflation of last month is about 70% by the official numbers. So God knows what is the real number. 90% inflation of fruits and food products. This is a huge disaster for Iranians and Iran economy. So we can be sure that protests can come back. They don't still have money. They don't have still water, electricity. And you know who has all this? The regime.
the leader, his generals, those who attack us and threaten us, and they aim to Israel their missiles, these are the people that have the water and the electricity, and the people know that. So they are against the regime more and more. The more time, I think, President Trump takes to attack or not even attack Iran, it's better for the protests. I think he knows what he's doing, because he said in the morning, I want that my attacks, that U.S. attacks, will help the protests to go on again. So I think he is doing a wise thing.
So, Amir, I want to come back to you. You know, you had mentioned the possibility of a preemptive Iranian strike. You know, Israel has so far stayed very quiet on the issue of any potential U.S. strike. I mean, what is the Israeli position here? And should the U.S. decide to pursue this military option, would Israel likely join?
So Israel is saying the U.S. have their plans. We are dealing with our own interests and our own plans. Of course, there is a coordination. Of course, we share intelligence. But Israel is saying if we need to do ourselves a preemptive attack, we'll do that. We're not going to wait. So we're monitoring very, very closely what is going on in Iran. And if at a certain point Israel will feel that things are deteriorating and America is not ready yet, we might see an Israeli preemptive attack before the U.S. attack. So we said 3 scenarios. It's either Iranian preemptive attack, Israeli preemptive attack, or the U.S. finalizing all the preparations and U.S.-led attack with coordination regionally with Israel, sharing intelligence, and so on. Now, obviously, in all the scenarios, Iran will shoot Israel. So if the U.S. attacks and Iran retaliates by shooting Israel, obviously Israel will join. And this regime, you know, it's imminent. This regime is going down. The regime will fall eventually. How it will happen, how much time it will take, of course, it's very difficult to predict. And I'm sure that the moment the attack will start, there will be a clear call to the Iranian people. This is your time to rise. This is your time to fight. Storm all the, you know, government sites and so on. And they will be weaponized as much as possible. And we're entering a very defining period of time. I hope, or I think that we might actually, you know, have peace with Iran even before we have peace with Saudi Arabia.
Well, that sounds...
We're talking about extending the Abraham Accords. Who knows? Maybe Iran will join even before other countries.
Well, that sounds like a very optimistic future. Ben, you know, I want to ask, do you share that optimism? Do you believe that this regime's days are, in fact, numbered?
Yes, as Amir said, in the security and foreign policy issues, and as I said before, how many challenges and problems this regime has. They promised their people not to become North Korea, and they are now worse, I think, than North Korea. The internet is not back, and the Iranian had this only thing, this one thing in their life, to be free in the net, to talk to other people, to send messages to Israelis, and to see how beautiful and nice Israelis or other Western countries with the good values are. So now they are disconnected and they are very angry, and they want the regime to be brought down. They are with allies. And Amir said about Abraham Accords. Many Iranians, they have their accords, they have their name for these agreements. They call it Cyrus Accords. So we are in the same page with the Iranian people. And we had 4 months ago an internal poll from the Iranian regime, from the Iranian government, that it was supposed to be secretly, but it was revealed to the media. It says that 92% of the Iranian people are against the regime, not satisfied, not because of the inflation. No, they are against the whole regime. So we have our allies, the protests, the attacks by US, by Israel. they are all the same. We are going to make a surgery to Iran, a good surgery. So I think those things to combine today, and we can bring a better day for all the region.
Well, let's certainly hope so. And of course, very dramatic days ahead. Amir Avivi, Ben Safdie, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Well, joining us now for more on that and other issues is Reserves Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Doron Avital, former commander of IDF Special Forces, and Reserves IDF Lieutenant Colonel Avital Leibovich, now director of the AJC Israel, and she's a former IDF spokesperson to the international media. Avital, let me start with you, the return of Ran Gvili, a sense of closure for Israel, but in also opening a new chapter for the country as it deals with what's happening in Gaza. So I just want to address to you, and looking forward now, what is Israel going to have to be especially focused on in Gaza now that the hostages are back?
Right. So obviously yesterday was a day full of joy, sadness too, because Ran Gvili unfortunately returned in a coffin, but a little bit of satisfaction of the fact that all the hostages are back and there are no more hostages in Gaza since 2014. Now, having said that, we are looking at the next phase, which is right around the corner. And if I'm reading Trump's peace plan, demilitarization, it's one of the points. Basically, what it says is that all military, terror, and offensive infrastructure, including tunnels and weapons productions, will be destroyed and not rebuilt. And the big question that now in Israel is being discussed is who will be responsible for that demilitarization, because obviously the big price for Hamas would be the rebuilding, the renovating of Gaza. And that will not happen until this part of disarming takes place. It is unclear at this point who will lead the disarming, because we know that in Kiryat Gat, in the center, which the American CENTCOM has opened, there are representatives from 27 different countries. So far, until this point, none of these representatives of countries has agreed and said, we will be boots on the ground, we will be the ones disarming Hamas. So without this critical point, I don't see how we will make any progress on the second phase.
Well, Doron, I want you to pick up on that. And also, there is a sense coming now from some of the U.S. officials, not from President Trump, that perhaps they will be trying to do a thing where there'll be some kind of partial disarming, or the process of demilitarization will begin, and Israel will then also be expected, for example, to start already pulling back from the so-called yellow line in Gaza, maybe, and this could be problematic for Israel. So how, especially on that aspect, how should it react to, say, that proposal?
So we have to understand the logic that they are trying to employ here, to apply here, the logic of Trump. We call it in military lingo, it's like a buffer logic. You just set a constraint one after the other. And of course, the second constraint, the first constraint was live hostages, the end of the war. And the second, in terms of the demilitarization, will be, first of all, the happy weaponry. Because, once happy weaponry is deposited wherever in Egypt, whatever would be the case, then the distinction between who is a policeman and who is a military man starts to fade. So I think that's the way they think about the logic, the Trump administration, when they talk about this partial resolution of the constraints as they go. In the end, of course, we have to see the tunnels dismantled. For us, this is critical, because you have to understand, if there was an operative surprise, I'm not talking about the intelligence debacle, but I mean, in terms of a surprise, was the fact that you have this different layer of combat that you have to handle with the tunnels. So we can't have those tunnels existing in Gaza City, in all those areas, and dismantling them is part of this demilitarization of Gaza. So happy weaponry, dismantling of the tunnels, and then what's the next phase is, of course, connected to who would be the force on the ground that will take control on the civil life, of the security of the citizens and so on. And this would be tricky for Israel and tricky in general.
Right, that's a big question. I want to move on to Iran now. Avital, I won't try to ask you to read President Trump's mind, which is very difficult, if not impossible. But just based on the latest comments we're hearing out of Washington and Tehran, do you think we're leaning toward action or to some kind of negotiation?
Well, to predict something that President Trump will do is a big risk, I would say. However, I'm reading in between the lines and I'm also hearing the music. And the music says that there's a lot of American forces here in the region that have been mobilized from other locations. For example, the Indo-Pacific after the operation in Venezuela, and also from other areas as well. If I'm also further zooming out, I'm looking at the countries surrounding Israel, then I see additional American forces in Jordan, in Bahrain, and other countries as well. So basically, what President Trump is trying to convey is that we are here, we have the full power, we're ready to act, but. Now, the question of the but can go a few ways. One but can go to a full military action, attack, operation in Iran. But here, we are not clear about the goal. While Israel's ultimate vision, I would say, with Iran is to take down the regime, I'm not sure the American has the same kind of goal. The second but can also go to a negotiation, because we heard recently Witkoff saying that he texts often with the foreign minister of Iran, exchanging messages about a possible negotiation, a possible discussion. So both buts are currently on the table. But one thing is clear. Should the American choose to launch a major operation in Gaza towards the Revolutionary Guards...
I'm sorry, towards Iran. Towards Iran.
Iran. Yeah.
Towards Iran, of course, then they're ready. They have the capabilities, they're ready. In the meantime, until this happens, I have to say, Kalev, I'm surprised at the sleepiness I see all over the world with watching the horrible pictures from Iran. I mean, I think that the Western countries, wherever they are, should expel immediately the Iranian ambassadors from their territory following this very murderous attack we've been seeing for the last couple of weeks in Iran.
Right, certainly it's horrific. Doron, if Iran does retaliate against Israel, and it's clearly said it will, how far should Israel go? Should it go all out in the hopes, perhaps, of weakening the regime and aiding the U.S. to perhaps it's seeing it toppled?
I don't think the game against Iran is run by Israel right now. It's run by the U.S. So basically, we have to be at sync with the U.S. in terms of every move that we make. And of course, we don't need to go into any preemptive attacks. But of course, we have to be very prepared to be attacked in case President Trump decides to act. And then, of course, if the U.S. would ask us to participate, of course, we can do it. But I don't think they will in this context right now. I want to remind us the Gulf War of the 90s, early 90s, the same scenario when Iraq is being attacked, the missiles are shot into Israel, and then we were not allowed to participate. Me as a deputy commander of the unit, I wasn't allowed to participate in preempting those launchers from Iraq. So I would think the game is run by the US. This is a clear case. And we have to play along and see what's up. Of course, everybody wants to see the regime change. We and the US. The question is what kind of active steps we can take, what kind of attack, if there will be an attack, would be deployed, would it be an enormous attack, would it be a targeted attack, what would be the consequences? And of course, we have also to take into account that things there can be a chain reaction that we can't foresee. So it's a gamble. It's a very serious gamble and a very major decision that the US president have to make.
All right, some fateful days ahead. Avital Leibovich, Doron Avital, thank you for joining us on ILTV.
Thank you.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Lidar Lazi, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all of the biggest headlines from across the region. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff has landed in Israel. Witkoff is set to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, IDF Chief Eyal Zamir, and Mossad Chief David Barnea. The meeting comes before Witkoff is scheduled to meet Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi in Turkey on Friday. Witkoff's arrival comes amid a new report released today on Axios, which cites a senior U.S. official saying that President Trump really doesn't want to strike Iran, adding that 3 of Trump's advisors told Axios they believe a strike is not the right course of action. Meanwhile, a report by Channel 12 says Israeli officials are due to elaborate in meetings with Witkoff on Israel's red lines when it comes to negotiating with Iran. The 3 clear no's include no nuclear weapons, no ballistic missile program, and no support for regional proxies. The report adds that Israeli officials also believe that the Iranian regime could be brought down through military strikes. But an Iranian source told Reuters this afternoon that the regime is not interested in negotiating what they deem as their defense system, rhetoric the Islamic regime has used before to refer to its nuclear program. And the Rafah border crossing has now been open for 3 days, but today the traffic at the crossing is bilateral. An Egyptian border officer told AFP that a wave of injured Palestinians have been exiting the strip in ambulances and crossing into Egypt for treatment. All those who have crossed underwent security screenings. The reopening of Rafah is a key but mostly symbolic step in the Israel-Hamas ceasefire, with only limited daily movement prohibited and still no exception for the transfer of goods. The UN are facilitating with the transfers and reporting a healthy cooperation.
The limited reopening of the crossing allowed some patients and companions to exit directly into Egypt, while others transited through the Israeli-controlled Karim Abu Salam crossing. The World Health Organization tells us that the last medical evacuation through Rafah dates back to May of 2024.
The United Nations are clearly still involved in operations at Rafah, but could this be a bigger problem? This morning, the IDF announced it located around 110 mortar shells hidden inside an UNRWA humanitarian aid bag. It was located by IDF troops during an operation to dismantle terror infrastructure near the Yellow Line. So you don't have to read between the headlines to understand that these mortars and rockets have one destination only, and that is the homes of Israeli civilians. And the IDF has selected a new Arabic spokesperson, Muslim IDF officer Major Ella Wawiya, known as Captain Ella. She will replace Colonel Avichai Adrei as the IDF's Arabic language spokesperson, taking charge of Arabic outreach across the platforms. The change comes as Adrei concludes roughly 2 decades in the role, with Captain Ella to assume responsibility for Arabic outreach across all the IDF platforms. She will be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel upon starting her new role, making her the highest-ranking Muslim officer in the military. And a shocking development for Israelis. The NCAG, the Palestinian Technocratic Committee set up to manage post-war Gaza, has quietly changed its public image, replacing its original logo with one nearly identical to that of the Palestinian Authority. The NCAG has updated social media today with a new emblem featuring the PA's signature golden eagle, with the only change being the committee's acronym on the shield instead of the word Palestine. The move is seen as a modest attempt to link the committee to the Palestinian Authority, despite Israeli efforts to keep the PA away from post-war Gaza. Despite Prime Minister Netanyahu's opposition to any PA role, some representatives are already involved in operations at the Rafah crossing. And now, before we've got some exciting news, you can now get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel, breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. I'm Lidar Lazi. Thanks for watching.
ILTV Security Brief. I'm Khaled Ben David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. Amid a buildup of U.S. forces in the region, CENTCOM Commander Admiral Boyd Cooper meets in Israel with IDF Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir to coordinate ahead of a possible strike against the Iranian regime. Iranian officials threaten all-out war if attacked. Zamir says the IDF is ready to strike back if attacked. The IDF recovers the remains of Master Sergeant Ron Gvili, killed during the October 7th attack, and the last remaining Israeli hostage held in Gaza. Acting on an intelligence tip, the IDF discovered him buried in a Muslim cemetery after doing forensic tests on over 200 bodies exhumed from the site. Israel agrees to the reopening of the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt after the recovery of Ron Gvili's body. As phase 2 of the U.S. peace agreement advances, clashes continue in Gaza between Israeli forces and terrorist infiltrators, and the IDF demolishes terrorist infrastructure in the Strip, including a 4-kilometer-long terror tunnel. In a series of airstrikes across South Lebanon and the Bekaa Valley, the IDF destroys Hezbollah weapons storage and production facilities and terrorist infrastructure built in violation of the agreement between Israel and the Lebanese governments. The IDF also eliminates 2 Hezbollah terrorists, Muhammad Mamad al-Husseini, the organization's artillery chief in Arazan village, and Jihad Bassam, responsible for weapons production in Bir al-Sanasir. And now, our big story. With the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln and its strike group now in Mideast waters, the U.S. military can be said to be locked and loaded for a potential operation against the Iranian regime. Israel, too, is preparing itself for possible retaliation if that happens. Still, President Trump this week offered the regime, if not an olive branch, certainly an off-ramp from confrontation, saying he's still willing to negotiate, a strategy some of his key advisors are said to favor. But the Tehran regime, at least publicly, remains defiant. As the estimated death toll among the protesters gunned down on the streets continues to rise in the tens of thousands, the Ayatollah security forces are dragging the wounded out of hospital beds for retribution. And Iranian officials say they are ready to respond if Trump finally pulls the trigger.
در مورد این که ما چگونه واکنش نشون خواهیم داد خیلی روشن هست. ما همونطور که قبلا هم نشون دادیم در برابر هر تعرضی، در برابر هر تهدیدی به صورت قاطع و با تمام توان و فراگیر حتما پاسخ خواهیم داد. در مورد جزئیاتش قاعدتاً نه اینجا جاش هست و نه وظیفه تخصص بنده است که صحبت کنم. نیروهای مسلح ما به خوبی یاد گرفتند که چگونه از حریم ایران دفاع بکنند. جمهوری اسلامی ایران هم نسبت به توانمندی‌های خودش اطمینان داره، هم تجربه های قبلی از جمله تجربه نبرد قهرمانانه خرداد ماه رو در ذهن داره. توانمندتر از هر زمانی قطعاً به هر گونه تعرضی پاسخی فراگیر و پشیمان کننده خواهد داد.
And joining us in studio for more is Iran and Middle East expert Catherine Perez-Shakdam, and also executive director for We Believe in Israel, and Ambassador Danny Ayalon, the former Israeli ambassador to the U.S., now chairman of the Silver Road Capital Group. Catherine, let me start with you. The forces are in place. What do the Iranian people expect now from the U.S., hope for, and realistically, what do you think is going to take place?
Iranians are waiting for President Trump to act. They need him to act. They have been dying in the streets. Children are being shot dead in the streets of Tehran and across the country. This is not sustainable. People need help. They are crying out for freedom. President Trump say locked and loaded. We're waiting.
Right. And Ambassador Ayalon, Danny, President Trump, we know he will not hesitate to use action, but he also does like to negotiate, perhaps prefers it. Reports coming out just now of maybe some sort of, I'd say, secret talks or talks that Israel, for example, is not even part of or being necessarily updated on. What's your sense of whether it's going to be shooting or talking here?
Yeah. Well, Kalev, there are 3 good reasons for Trump to, make good on his threats. First of all, his own reputation and keeping up United States deterrence. Secondly, he locked himself into specific threats repeatedly. So if he backs down now, that is going to be very bad, not just for the United States, but its allies. And all those evil forces can come out of the woodwork, whether it's ISIS, whether it's Al Qaeda in Iraq, anywhere else. And I think also something which is very important is the scope of the carnage, which is just now is being discovered day by day. Also, another good reason for him to do it is not just the expectation, rightly so, of the Iranian people, is to exact a price from the Ayatollah's regime. With the scope of the carnage, if there is no action, kinetic, serious military action by the United States, that is, we invite the next carnage very soon. So I think this, if I have to assume or assess right now, the chances for a military action outweigh not doing anything unless, Kalev, and this is very, very important, unless, and we know that feverishly Iran is trying to negotiate, but we should not, or Trump should not repeat the mistake of Obama in 2015. That means if there is negotiation, absolutely on American terms, and that is total capitulations, no more enrichment of uranium on Iranian soil, dismantling the missiles systems, and of course, no helping and assisting the proxies of Iran throughout the Middle East and the world.
Right. And Catherine, you know the regime better than most. Is there that kind of flexibility? We know there's public defiance, but from the Ayatollah and others, is there any kind of flexibility of the type that Danny's talking about?
No, this regime needs to go. It has to go. It's an abomination unto the world. They have committed crimes against humanity. Let's remember this. Not just against our people, the Jewish people in Israel, but the rest of the world too. Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Iranians themselves. Now, the notion that we would want to negotiate with evil, I disagree. Look, if we don't do it now, if we don't cut the head of the Hydra, we're going to have the same conversation in 20 years, 50 years. It's going to get worse.
Right. But the head of the Hydra, I mean, a lot of talk about whatever the action the U.S. takes, would it be enough to topple the regime, even if it took out the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei? What's your assessment?
Not enough. I mean, of course, he has to go because he represents the top of the pyramid. But he's sustained by a system, the RSJC. They need to go. You need to cut off at least enough of the top of the pyramid that the middle will literally collapse. A lot of the people, by the nature of the regime, the way it's architected, are not there because they believe in the ideologies, because they've been locked into it. And I refer quite often to a form of enslavement, that of the mind and the body. 90 million people find themselves colonized by an ideology that is not their own and a faith that doesn't resemble their own. That's important to understand. Now, if we want to be thorough, and we need to be thorough, we're going to have to address the issue of Qatar, the Muslim Brotherhood. Both Sunni radicalism and Shia radicalism walk hand in hand, and they have told us the tale that they are two separate entities when they don't connect at the very top. They do. They work together. I give you Hamas.
Yeah, well, let's leave Hamas let's leave that because we're going to get to Gaza in a bit. But Danny, if we're looking at the kind of thorough operation Catherine is talking about, of course, Israel is going to get pulled into that, even if it doesn't want to. Which certainly Iran is going to target Israel. Is the country ready for that kind of potentially sustained conflict over a period of time, if it means the possibility of toppling the regime or certainly weakening it to the point that it's not an existential threat?
Yes, if indeed this regime will, put everything out and they feel now an existential threat, and rightly so, they will engage the entire Middle East, and they are threatening not only on Israel, but also on other American allies, be it the UAE, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia. And this is where this other political factor that weighs in, because of the threats of Iran, we see a major diplomatic effort led by Qatar, which is an ally of Iran, unfortunately, to dissuade the American from a military operation, claiming that this would bring a chaos not only to the region but to the entire world. The destruction of all the oil facilities, which means oil prices are going to jack sky high, and a lot of casualties around the world, of course, blocking the Hormuz waterway and many other things. But this is where leadership is needed. With all due respect to all the threats from Iran, which are being embellished and being promoted by those countries, mainly Qatar, I believe that once an operation is starting, then the capabilities of the United States in terms of intelligence, electronic warfare, and of course all the other facilities and capabilities that they have, including, of course, what Israel has, I don't think that they will have any chance for Iranians to really wreak too much havoc in the region.
Right. And Catherine, if you, for example, the top and even the middle leadership of the Ayatollah's regime were taken out, the question is if in those lower levels, in the military level, outside of, for example, the Revolutionary Guard Corps, there are people, Iranians, that are going to be willing to aid the popular uprising. There's a lot of question about it. Is that potential there?
Yes. So the military that you're referring to, called Artesh, is actually, historically speaking, a great supporter of the monarchy. So they were actually the reason why they don't have many weapons, because the regime doesn't trust the military, because the military could betray. I would expect that they would. A lot of people have defected. They can't do this openly for very obvious reasons. The regime comes after you and comes after you hard. So it's not just you. It's going to be your children, and they literally go through your entire family tree. It's a horrible abomination of a regime. We have to free Iranians from them. We have, for the sake of us, for the sake of our Western democracies. Let's remember that they have threatened President Trump's life about 5 times now. They have attempted to kill him several times, or so they claim. They're also threatening the West. I mean, they're literally infiltrating us. They are destroying Western society from the inside. They have captured our universities, which means that, can you imagine, those kids will grow up and will be the next generation of leaders.
Right.
I don't feel like living under a mullah anytime soon. I don't know about you, but no.
Right. And certainly the people of Iran have had enough. Catherine, please stay with us. Ambassador Ayalon, I want to move to another pressing issue, but one that certainly has connections to what we've been discussing. Now, the return of Master Sergeant Ron Gvili's body back to Israel from Gaza this week provided badly needed closure for his family and Israel as a whole. Killed in action fighting Hamas terrorists in the October 7th attack, Gvili was the last Israeli hostage held in Gaza, ending a painful chapter in this nation's history. But his return paves the way for a new chapter in Gaza's history, the start of Phase 2 of the U.S. brokered peace agreement, beginning with this week's reopening of the Rafah crossing on the Sinai border. For the Netanyahu government, this phase poses big questions and challenges. Will Hamas agree to disarm? What will be the role of the new international security force taking its place? And will the Palestinian Authority be given a governance role in Gaza over Israeli objections? Here's what Prime Minister had to say addressing some of these issues.
אני שומע גם עכשיו את האמירות שנאפשר את שיקום עזה לפני הפירוז. זה לא יקרה. אני שומע שנכניס חיילים טורקים וחיילים קטרים לעזה. גם זה לא יקרה. אני שומע שאני אאפשר הקמת מדינה פלסטינית בעזה. זה לא קרה וזה לא יקרה.
Danny, Prime Minister Netanyahu the other night setting some red lines, but there's a lot of pressure from the Trump administration to which he and Israel owes a lot. Some have said some of those red lines have already shifted a bit. There's talk about partial demilitarization, for partial reconstruction. I want to get your reaction to how firm the Prime Minister is going to be able to be in the coming weeks on these issues.
Yes, I think a lot will depend, of course, on the trust that he has with the president. President Trump is the one that will make the decision although, under him, there are two camps, I would say, within the administration. One is, I would say, the economics one, which is led by Jared Kushner and Witkoff. They would like to move forward as fast as possible with the reconstruction, also for obvious economic gains. On the other hand, you have the strategist led by Rubio, which is the Secretary of State, which they look at the long term and they look also at the strategic picture, and they believe that it has to be done in a very judicious way. No more the mistakes of the past, where we look the other way when terrorists are cheating or are getting more munitions and strengthening their arms. So here it must be very, very well understood that there is no reconstruction without the demilitarization of Gaza. And I would say more than that, we need to look at the de-radicalization of Gaza as well. And this is something which is for the sustainable future. That means we need in Gaza a new curriculum system for the schools, a changing of the imams' calls in the mosques, the media incitement, Hamas media incitement. All this has to change if we really want to see a prosperous Gaza on the one hand and a safe Israel on the other.
And Catherine, coming back to your comment now about the influence of Qatar in, for example, Gaza with Hamas, and let's also remember Turkey reports that they're pressing to have Hamas terrorists be incorporated into a new Gaza police force, and we know there are links between the Trump administration and Qatar, and President Trump has spoken warmly about Qatar and the Turkish leader, President Erdogan.
I think he likes the money that Qatar can provide, which is fair enough. Now, we need to understand and remember, Hamas can never have a gun. Never, ever again. We know what they do when they have those guns. So no, thank you. Also, if you want, and I completely agree with Danny, what we need to do is to go one step further to cut off the money, take off the guns, cut off the money, re-educate people within, and make sure that religion and their mosque are not vehicles for terror. And for that, I'd like to invite people in the Muslim world to actually stand up for their religion and their faith that have been demonized by those people they call radicals, saying, oh, it's not us. Okay, but if you don't do anything about it and against them, then it's very difficult for us standing here to know the difference. How can I tell? They need to speak up. So it's not just about Israel and America to do the work. They need to do the work for themselves and decide that, do you want to live under Hamas forever and have nothing and have a miserable life, or do you want to actually breathe free and use the thing between your ear called the brain and think for yourself and exercise critical thinking?
All right. And then I want to ask you about a role of another country, Egypt, because starting this week, it's going to play a major role, for example, in policing its part of the Rafah crossing. Certainly, Egypt is on a different country from Qatar and Turkey, but it's certainly a country that sometimes Israel has found itself difficult to work with.
Yes, it's a very complex relationship. Of course, the national interest of Egypt and Israel very much converge or intertwine when it comes to Hamas or the Brotherhood, the Islamic Brotherhood, which Hamas is part of, and they are the Brotherhood is the most, I would say, existential threat to the al-Sisi regime and to Egypt as a whole. So in that respect, there is a great cooperation, mostly on intelligence and under the radar. But at the same time, Sisi has to heed to the pressure from the public in Egypt and the sentiments that are pro-Palestinians. So in that respect, I think that he would walk a very fine line. On the one hand, try to help the humanitarian situation as much as he can in Gaza, by opening the Rafah and insisting on the opening of the Rafah crossing. Right. But at the other hand, he will not allow the Brotherhood and Hamas to really rise up. And for that, he needs Israel cooperation and collaboration.
All right. Well, certainly going to be some interesting days ahead. for Israel and for the entire region. I want to thank Ambassador Danny Ayalon and Catherine Paris-Shakdam for joining us on ILTV Security Brief. And now a final word. With all that is going on with Iran and Gaza, perhaps not enough attention is being paid to another key security front for Israel, its shared border in the north with Syria. Last week, the former National Security Advisor, Tzachi Hanegbi, penned an opinion piece for Ynet titled, "Why Israel Should Put Syria First," arguing that the government should make reaching a security agreement with the Damascus regime a diplomatic priority, even as it contends with other pressing developments. Drawing on his own experiences conducting intimate dialogues with senior Syrian officials, Hanegbi said he found a pragmatic willingness to reach compromises on some of the areas of disagreement still between the countries, and even more importantly, a deep and genuine hostility towards Iran and Hezbollah that would make Syria an invaluable ally for Israel in combating the malevolent Tehran regime and its terror proxies. Now, this comes amid optimism toward a renewal of direct negotiations between Israeli and Syrian officials, expected to begin shortly under the mediation of the U.S. envoy Tom Barak, with some reports even suggesting the possibility of a deal that could reach beyond security arrangements to encompass full diplomatic recognition and even Syria's inclusion in the Abraham Accords. But to be sure, some formidable challenges remain. Israel's biggest concern is maintaining security along the Golan and Mount Hermon frontier, ensuring that southwest Syria does not become a launching pad for Islamist elements still there to launch attacks both across the border and on the local Syrian Druze communities. For Israel to withdraw from its forward positions in Syria, it will need strict guarantees and possibly full demilitarization of the region. From President Ahmed al-Shara. Now, given his own Islamic terrorist background, many in Israel still do not trust al-Shara. But a good test of his intentions will become evident in the coming weeks of how he handles the situation of the Kurds in northern Syria, whether his government can successfully reintegrate the remaining Kurdish forces into the Syrian army with minimal violence while maintaining the civil and religious rights of Kurdish civilians within the body politic. And as for Israel's long-standing territorial dispute with Syria over the Golan, that is an issue that can likely be delayed indefinitely through symbolic gestures while Israel maintains full sovereignty over the region that was fully recognized by the prior Trump administration. Now, the talks between Israel and Syria are being held in parallel with ongoing negotiations between Israel and Lebanon, also being mediated by the U.S. envoy Tom Barak. But those discussions are likely to yield little fruit as long as a fully armed Hezbollah, controlled by a long-standing Iranian regime, still continues to intimidate a cowed Lebanese government. Elsewhere on the diplomatic front, the dream of a breakthrough in Israel's relations with Saudi Arabia seems more dependent than ever on developments in Gaza on the Palestinian issue, which at this point seem years or even decades away. But the creation and strengthening of Israel's ties with Syria could prove to be an impetus in improving those situations by weakening Iran and Hezbollah's hold on Lebanon and showing the Saudis that Arab nations need not be held hostage by progress on the Palestinian issue to advance their own political and security interests. Reaching a deal with Damascus and even with the ex-jihadist al-Shara may require a leap of faith on the part of policymakers in Jerusalem, backed by both concrete security arrangements and ironclad geopolitical commitments. But a chance to finally secure Israel's Golan border and bring Syria into its regional alliances is a once-in-a-several-generations opportunity that is still worth taking. Thank you for joining ILTV Security.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Good Week Israel, the show where we recap for you some of the positive highlights that have been coming out of Israel from this week. I'm your host, Devo Klein, and coming up on today's show, Israelis finally get closure as the final hostage is returned from Gaza. Israeli organization achieves a new Guinness World Record of kidney donations. And see how Yad Ezra v'Shulamit prepare for war with Iran. On Monday, January 26th, Israelis finally heard the message they had been desperately waiting for over 2 years. the body of the final Israeli hostage, Sergeant Ran Gvili, was successfully identified. Gvili was brought home to Israel for a proper burial ceremony, offering closure to all those who waited in agony for October 8th, 2023 to finally arrive. That day has come, and when the news was released, ILTV was quick on their feet to report on this historic milestone. Have a look.
And now we can finally report on some good news this evening. The IDF has announced today that it has recovered the body of the last hostage taken captive by Hamas on October 7th, Ran Gvili. Joining us now in the studio with all the details is ILTV's India Naftali. India, so incredible to be able to report that all the hostages are finally back home in Israel.
Absolutely, Lidar. I mean, there are absolutely no more hostages in Gaza. This is the first time in a decade that this has been the reality. Ran Gvili was a 24-year-old police officer who died in battle on October 7th. His family has been waiting a painstakingly long time for his return, advocating with tears out in Hostage Square at the protest, speaking out. And finally, they're getting the closure they deserve to see their son finally home. The operation started this weekend for his search, and it, of course, ended just now. What does that mean? First of all, he will have his burial in Israel. He was successfully identified. His family has been updated, and they now know. And now what we are going to see is the Rafah opening. It was actually quite controversial, this Rafah opening. Is why would we open the Rafah border if all of our hostages have not been returned? That was a big question in Israel's security cabinet. And now that Ran Gvili has been returned, it does seem that there will be no questions. The Rafah opening, the Rafah crossing will be opened, and that will probably happen as soon as they can. Now, with the Rafah opening, this is something that they've been talking and delaying because of this very issue of our hostages still being in Gaza. And now that Ran Gvili is home, there should be no issue. Now, what we see is, this is 2 years, long years of advocacy and diplomacy and searching, and we're finally going to see Ran home.
So incredibly happy to be able to report on that today. And of course, we are officially entering phase 2 now with all the hostages back home. India, thank you so much for sharing the update.
Thank you so much, Lidar.
And Ran Gvili was returned as a body from Gaza after giving his life to save Kibbutz Alumim on October 7th, 2023. The operation to retrieve his body was nothing short of a spectacular mission executed bravely by the valiant troops who set off to find him. Let's dive into this one-of-a-kind operation.
Now, a moment of closure for Israel. The IDF has confirmed that the remains of Ran Gvili, the last hostage from October 7th, have been found and identified and returned to Israel for burial. Gvili was killed in battle during the Hamas attacks and abducted into Gaza. His recovery ends the final unresolved case from that day. ILTV's India Naftali is at Hostages Square with all the details. India?
Thank you, Kalev. I'm standing here at Hostages Square. It's a place that's become a symbol of pain, waiting, and hope for more than 2 years. I've been reporting from the square since the first weeks after October 7th, and today, for the very first time in over a decade, Israel has no remaining hostages in Gaza. People are removing their yellow hostage pins. Many vowed to keep them on until everyone came home, and that moment finally came with the return of Ran Gvili. The Israel Defense Forces confirmed Monday that the remains of 24-year-old police officer Ran Gvili have been identified and returned to Israel for burial. The Hostages and Missing Families Forum called him first to enter, last to return. On October 7th, Ran Gvili rushed into battle, fighting at the entrance to Kibbutz Alumim until his ammunition ran out. The recovery operation for his body, named Courageous Heart, was based on precise intelligence that his body was buried in a cemetery in eastern Gaza City. New details released by the Shin Bet revealed that the breakthrough came after a Palestinian Islamic Jihad operative was captured and interrogated last month. He admitted to moving Gvili's body between locations and provided information that led to the exact burial site. Forensic teams examined nearly 250 bodies before identifying Gvili's remains. Prime Minister Netanyahu announced his return yesterday.
אני שמח לבשר לאזרחי ישראל, לעם ישראל, כפי שבישרתי עכשיו למשפחת גבילי, כוחותינו מצאו את רני, והוא כרגע בדרך הביתה. זה הישג בלתי רגיל של מדינת ישראל. אנחנו הבטחנו, אני הבטחתי, להחזיר את כולם. החזרנו את כולם, עד האחרון שבהם. רני, גיבור ישראל, נכנס ראשון, יצא אחרון, הוא שב הביתה. הישג כביר לצבא ההגנה לישראל, למדינת ישראל, וגם לאזרחי ישראל, שאתם נתתם לנו את הגיבוי להשלים את המלאכה. רני חוזר הביתה.
Now that he is home, all of Israel is reacting, particularly his family, who has long awaited him.
I want to say thank you to President Trump and Witkoff and Kushner and Bibi Netanyahu, of course. They promised me to bring my son home, and they bring him home.
Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir personally called Ran Gavili's family. And the military also released video from the moment soldiers found Gavili's body. They stood together, sang, and said a prayer. Kalev, this may be one of the last times I speak to you from Hostages Square. Just talking to the people here in Israel, there is a huge sense of joy and relief, but also sorrow that Ran Gavili couldn't come home alive. It's been a huge honor and privilege to be able to report on this historic moment. Back to you.
Well, India, thank you for last time from Hostages Square.
And as speculation of a strike on the Islamic regime in Iran grows, here in Israel, preparations to deal with the fallout are already beginning. We got to hear from Jamie Geller on how Yad Ezra Shulamit is preparing to care for Israel's most vulnerable communities should an attack occur. Have a look.
As tensions rise and warnings may come too late, humanitarian groups can't afford to wait. Jamie Geller joins us now to explain how Yad Ezra Shulamit is preparing to ensure no one goes hungry if Israel comes under fire. Jamie Geller, thanks for joining.